All right. Good morning, everyone. I think we'll probably just get started now as we've got quite a lot in front of us. So I just want to begin by just acknowledging that a lot of people in the room have spent a lot of time in this building over the course of the weekend, and I don't want to name everyone in case I miss folks, but Kelly, James, Jake, and others, thank you for all the time that you put in over the course of the weekend to keep everyone safe, and good to be where we are on Monday morning with no injuries, no fatalities. Yeah, anyway, much appreciated. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. All right, and as we begin this meeting, because we got a fair amount in front of us today, I just want to begin by acknowledging that we're gathering today on the traditional territories of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land, and we're reading Call to Action 87, Sports and Reconciliation. We call upon all levels of government in collaboration with Aboriginal peoples, sports halls of fame, and other relevant organizations to provide public education that tells the national story of Aboriginal athletes in history. And no minutes. The public input, staff provide a summary, it says. But we're going to move past that and go straight to presentations, which is the 2026, 2030 financial plan. And I'll hand this off to James Warren to begin the day.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the board. Yeah, today is our first full day of 2026 to 2030 financial plan budget presentations. And so the agenda before you has all of those services that are under the purview of the CVRD board, as well as has individual presentations for the different core services that we have as a bit of an overview and kickoff to those core services. Of course, you'll see the individual budgets for water committee, for sewage commission, electoral areas at the various committees and commissions over the next couple of weeks. I will turn the microphone over to Lucy Wicharek, our Chief Financial Officer. I think Lucy will provide a very brief summary of public input. We have had a couple of pieces of correspondence already. And then Lucy will jump straight into the overview of the financial planning process. Lucy.
Thank you, and good morning, directors. Through the CAO and the chair to directors, to address this first item and about public input into budget. We have an active site out there, and it was activated on January 21st. And so far, there's been some feedback posted by one citizen. The first item is about access to budget information and making it easier to find and access. We're reaching out to the citizen to gain a better understanding of what the difficulties were and just provide some additional information. And we're absolutely open to making the site easier if it results in that, and it'll be better for citizens. And secondly, relates to feedback about a need for more pools in the community, increasing sports center pool hours, and improving access to swimming lessons. This is in our feedback section. Well, we don't always respond to feedback. We do have some information prepared that we will post out there. And as I'm saying, we will inquire more into where the citizen had some difficulties in accessing information. So that's some public engagement. Happy to address any questions on that, or I can move on to the opening few comments about to dive into the deliberation process and our items.
Not seeing any comments around the table, Lucy, so if you want to just proceed, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. So with today's meeting, we have moved into the next phase of the budget process, and this is the first of 5 dedicated meetings where service budgets will be presented, discussed, and deliberated. Just have a few opening comments with you. This will be the 3rd year in which we have our process for our new budget packaging and the deliberation process. I won't detail the process as I did in previous years. I do think that directors are quite familiar. We've provided some reminders in opening emails that went out from James, but just a couple of quick points. There's lots of material to go through over the next 3 days, and therefore I'll just describe a couple of sections in today's agenda just to remind us on how we're going to go through things. And of course, I just want to address any questions before we get going. So after I'm finished with this particular agenda item, we will move forward through the budget's core service by core service. First, there'll be an overview provided of the core service, and this is a high level overview that's provided by our GMs. Okay, and after the core service overview, those individual services under the responsibility of the CVRD board, staff will provide a brief presentation for the service and followed by questions from directors. Prior to moving on, the board will be asked to approve the proposed budget that is put forward in front of you. And of course, if there's amendments, we can do that as well before we move on to the next service. So we'll continue through individual service by individual service. I'm sure that you likely did notice that there are not individual presentations for every single service out there where we have little changes, or in some of our services where we have a little control over the area, such as library services, such as our library services, for example. And for these small ones, we can just address any questions the board may have on that. So we didn't feel that it needs any formal presentation. Questions for sure, and then we can move on with resolutions, etc. Okay. So I know there was some trouble with website and accessing some of the budget information last week, so we apologize for that. We continue to work on determining what happened, and what we know right now is that there was a glitch in the back end of the system, and with EOC spinning up and whatnot, our communications team was not able to 100% put their attention to what was occurring out there. We believe, directors, you had all the information provided to you that you needed for today's meeting. Kelly and team have gone through all of the material once again that's out there on the website. There's a few other things that they noticed that communications was going to be fixing up today. And as I said, we'll keep trying to figure out what happened with the glitch in the back end of our website. Okay, so just moving on for that, there'll be about 5-minute presentations. Your budget managers may not speak to every single slide that's out there. Any additional information requests from directors, we will endeavor to get back to you as soon as possible with that particular information. We will track all the resolutions. Anything that's follow-up information, we will track. Sometimes discussions on particular items take longer, or the directors may get stuck on one item. You can put that aside. We call this our parking lot. We'll just ensure that we come back to it. But if you want to put any thoughts in a parking lot, or if you want to park any particular service, we can do that. Okay. And just my last point that I wanted to go over, part of what makes us a CVRD and our budget process is unique, is the fact that there are 6 committee and commissions which have a hand in determining what the budgets are. Each of those committee commissions have delegated authority. However, I'm also noting that the CVRD has overall authority over the budget bylaw. If there's something in particular that the board wanted to see from the other bodies, the board can consider sending messages to committee commissions and those meetings that are scheduled into next week. At the February 24th meeting, as a board meeting of this CVRD, the board staff will provide you with an update of where we are in the budget process, anything key that may come out of our deliberation meetings from next week. And then on March 11th, we'll come back with our budget bylaw. And I just wanted to note, we delivered the proposed budget to you January 27th, included in that PowerPoint. We do our best to summarize information and give you key data in that PowerPoint. It is helpful to directors to have key information about taxation, effects on household, key capital projects printed out for you for easy access. We certainly can do that. We did that for you last year, just in an attempt. We didn't want to presuppose that you wanted hard copies of that. Maybe you may just want to deal and look at that from an electronic basis, but don't hesitate if you want us to provide you any printed information that you can have in front of you while we walk through things. And that's the in. So any questions on process for sure. I am noting there's a couple of pieces of additional information that was asked for January 27th. We don't have it for you right now. One being water and sewage treatment for utility rates going forward 2026 to 2030. And secondly, our budget projections as they go out across the whole 5 years as well. And with that, I can answer and with myself and staff any other questions that you may have.
Still no questions. You're covering everything. So just please keep going and Lucy. Thanks.
Okay.
Or sorry, James, you got your mic.
That's okay. I was just going to also interject here. We're wondering if the board would support an agenda variance, varying the agenda. We've got budget 450, which Jake Martins will be presenting. We would like to suggest it be done just before the water core service. So at the end of the finance and administration core service, simply because Jake will be leaving us to go into the EOC. And we want to make sure he's able to cover the 450 budget at that time. So
Anyone opposed? Perfect. Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you. So we can move on to item 2 now, and the finance and administration core service presentation, and myself, James and Jake will be making this presentation. One second. Just let me know when you want me to move slides, Jake.
Thanks, Lucy. I was just wondering that, so thanks for covering that. Good morning, Chair and Directors. Yes, I'm pleased to start this presentation of the Finance Administration Core Service. Brian and I were just joking that it feels like our backs are up against the wall with this presentation, but we mean that literally, not figuratively, for this presentation. So yeah, this program area serves as our foundation from which we provide our core government functions to the rural area unincorporated areas, as well as the many public services that we deliver to both rural and municipal residents. Next, please, Lucy. We've noted here the number of kind of service areas that are underneath this umbrella. We're going to go over these over the next few minutes here, so you'll get a chance to, of course, dive into each of these specific budget areas and the services that they provide. So I won't list them off individually here. Next, please. Outlined here are, of course, key service outcomes, which we aspire to. These, like our strategic drivers, serve as our respective objectives for these services that we provide to the public, the board, and our internal services. Next, please.
We do have 4 key board initiatives for this core service. Regular progress reports continue to be delivered to the board throughout the year. And in Q1 and Q2 of this year, the board will undergo an annual strategic planning session, which will signify the beginning of our next planning cycle. Staff are working through the fiscal framework and strategy for both the CBRD and Comox Strathcona Waste Management Board. This initiative has been formally launched with both boards, and fiscal principles have been drafted. Policy work continues.
With respect to the advisory group on reconciliation, the path forward for the reconciliation advisory table was shared with the elected officials in October. That work will continue to advance forward in 2026 with a community education event planned for this spring that will mark a big milestone for this group. And lastly, the Island Rail Corridor Visioning Exercise is an ongoing planning initiative that the board is familiar with, working towards that shared vision for this once-in-a-generation transportation asset. A long-term plan for the corridor can help catalyze efforts to revitalize this asset, supporting sustainable mobility, economic resilience, and future growth. The visioning project has experienced some delays in the overall timeline, but we are making progress in cooperation with Comox First Nation and other corridor partners towards some initial directions that we can use to form the basis for public engagement in the coming months.
The corporate asset management function is situated within Finance and Administration Service and is responsible for leading, supporting the development and implementation of the program. An overall engagement strategy is in development. This includes communications plans for our public. Understanding of our assets is a very key first step. Comprehensive corporate inventory will advance, as well as the development of a condition and risk assessment framework. So staff continue to monitor economic conditions the best we can. However, the changing, unstable situation brings high uncertainty. We do continue to be cautious, re-projecting pricing where we feel prudent. In times of uncertainty, it does give opportunity for us to try to think out of the box and find new and different ways to do things. While developing our budget, staff have remained aware of ongoing household affordability issues. It is difficult to keep increases to taxes down as CVRD budgets are strained and costs continue to rise.
Thanks. All right, thanks, Lucy. So yeah, I'm going to note a few more of these trends, challenges, and opportunities, but I won't go over each one individually, given that we're going to touch on a few of them just in a few minutes down the road here. So working with our other core service areas of the regional district, we continue to see a need for local government participation in tackling some of the complex social, environmental, and economic challenges that our region faces. Examples like affordable housing, poverty, and climate action are just a few examples of these, what's been described as wicked problems. The complexities of the issues and the complexities of working together in partnership to mitigate them cannot be overstated. And so this is certainly a matter that we see continuing on into the future. Artificial intelligence is also noted here, and it's widely regarded as a transformational technology that we've all heard about. And so we are actively exploring and pursuing this opportunity through the implementation of an enterprise generative AI application for the regional district. This technology has the potential to aid the work of staff in performing a wide variety of activities, improving efficiencies and productivity. However, these systems do require IT support and careful management and resources to customize them and to optimize them within the organization. And given the rapid advancement of this technology and the opportunities for integration, like the item I just noted, we expect this to be an evolving area over the next number of years. The other major trend relevant to this core service area is reconciliation, and I've sort of just spoke to some of the work of the advisory group just a moments ago, but we'll highlight here that the real linkage to the protection of cultural heritage, and the application of the Comox chip remains a key operational consideration for CVRD's capital and maintenance projects, as well as our external communications and developers, homeowners, and homeowners. At this point, I'll turn things back over to Lucy for the remainder.
We'll just move forward to our expenses slide. In total for 2026, the core service has an operating budget of 17.4 million, and this increases at 2030 goes up to $18 million. Operations here are mostly people driven, with personnel costs making up on average about 46% of the costs. Our materials and supplies stay stable. Contracted services fluctuate, and that's depending on what project work is planned. Grants to other organizations, this includes our dollars going out to mainly to for library services, etc. Stays fairly constant with some increases to future years as these things go with cost escalations. From a funding source perspective, as a regional district, our services must be full costed. This means that administrative costs are allocated out to services, and this is the blue bar that you see here. The largest part of funding comes from recoveries from other functions. That's about 51% across the 5 years. Taxations raised for this core service makes up about 30%, on average about $5.8 million. The relevant portion of investment income helps to offset costs here. Projections, we've kept the projections about at $800,000. It's really hard to predict out to the future where this will go. It's trying to be conservative there, or certainly feel that we need to be conservative there. And lastly, in summary, finance and administration function supports all of the board's drivers and often in various ways. And this ranges from advancing the priority for an accessibility framework, finding more efficient ways to get work done, developing policy documents to support climate and environmental stewardship, working closely with our Indigenous partners and our community partners. And with that, we're open for any overall questions that you may have about this core service.
Yeah, Director Brown.
Hi, thank you for that. We've been thinking about policing lately. and the cost that goes with that. And I understand that the areas pay the same as a municipality under 5,000. And I'm just curious where that lays. Is that in grants to other organizations, or where does that cost captured?
Thank you through the chair to the directors. The RCMP costs are all billed through the province. We don't actually have to bill for them.
So how do
Um,
they get paid?
The province does it all through us.
So I
Sorry,
know,
not through us, but
yeah, so I know that the village pays 30% of the cost and the province pays 70%. But we
Right.
still, that money still comes from the village of Cumberland, the 30%. So you're saying the regional district does not pay that?
so the regional district, for the rural residents, it's billed directly through the province on their tax on their tax.
Oh, I
return.
see. It's a separate line item on
Yep,
there.
That's
Okay,
right.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. We'll perhaps move on to the next unit then, Lucy.
Okay. So the next one is equipment, a quick one. We have our Service 100, which is member municipality. So not much to report here. This service covers legislative and administrative requirements for our member municipalities, of course, our participants being those municipal partners. From a human resource perspective, there is an additional staff for 2026 that's been asked for, the Senior Indigenous Relations Coordinator, and we realized that there was that addition should say 0.33 as opposed to the 0.19 that appears on this screen. So we need to get that corrected, and that is what has been allocated to this service is the addition of the 0.33 in that position.
And I see a question online from Director Grant. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I was just talking with Jordan, our CAO, and he was asking if there's any way that we could get, say, a 5-year projection of what your staffing levels are going to be. It really helps us out when we're doing our budget if we know that, and we tend to get it as it goes. And it would be far better to have some idea where we're heading in the future. I don't know if that's possible or not, but it would certainly be helpful.
Is that something that you?
Thanks for the question, Director Grant. And yeah, we can certainly provide the projections. It is less refined the further out we get. We certainly look at the next year to 2 to 3 years in a more explicit way, and then we're presenting, this year's proposed resources here. The next couple of years, we've got a better sense, and then as you get out 4 and 5 years, it's less clear because we are responding to community needs and community services. So we can provide the projections we have. That can be a takeaway here for a subsequent board meeting, or perhaps if there is something later on today, if we're able to. But I don't want to make that promise. So it can be something we can take away for future board meeting.
Yeah, that would be great. I don't expect it to be perfect, but it just helps us out when we're doing our budget to know kind of where we're heading with that. So that would be great.
Sure. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Director Grant. And we'll go to Director Grieve here in the room.
Thanks very much. Yeah, my question is, how do we determine the apportionment of what goes to the supporting municipalities compared to what goes supporting the electoral areas? At one time, we actually had a service review on this. I think it was like 2011. And they actually went so far as to track how much time all the desks were putting in on the different tasks. And I understand now there's some other rationale. Can you explain what the rationale is and how it's determined?
For sure. So not undifferent from us from a staffing perspective. All staff are allocated out to different services. So when we are putting forward new staff, that budget manager looks at the different duties that are associated with that particular position that they're bringing forward to propose. And they're estimating to how much will be spent on work that's associated with each of the individual services. So they are to take their best information that they know to be able to determine. And in this particular case, you see this position that has been allocated 33% across 3 different services. So that's generally the process that's used. Every year, there's a check-in on that on a staffing perspective to make sure that it's still accurate. Well, in my understanding, there is not, we don't engage in process across the board where we're doing in-depth reviews to that place where staff are tracking the hours that they spend. However, where potentially, you may be having difficulty in determining what that allocation may be, then that is certainly a step in my mind that we would take. So over the course of a couple of months or something, that we are checking in on that and to be checking into that place of, okay, so these are the hours that have been spent in relation to the activity for each one of the services.
Director Reed, do you have a follow-up? Okay, just.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is then a review once a year. It's just a cursory review, or is it actually done in depth at all every 3rd year or something like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, through the chair, we don't have regularly scheduled in-depth review, but part of the planning process every year, budget managers are also to be circling into staffing and have a look to make sure that allocations are accurate.
Thank you very much.
Right, great. We'll go to Director McCollum.
Thanks. Yeah, my question is to a similar vein of what Director Grieve asked. From what I'm seeing in the report, it looks like we're contemplating adding 1 new position divided to 3 different services evenly between electoral areas, member municipality, and then general or administration and general government. And from what I understand, the administration and general government is paid for by the member municipalities and electoral areas. So I'm just trying to understand in terms of how those costs break down. I guess why not just make it, is it evenly distributed? How does that 1/3 that goes into general get distributed to the municipalities? Like, what does the math work out to? And I guess if everyone is paying into service 110, why divvy it up between 3? Like, does it work out any differently in terms of who pays what? I know that's kind of a wordy answer, but I'm just trying to understand what that actually means in terms of who's covering the cost.
Kelly will just speak to that.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. So the support services allocation does distribute all of the 110 costs to every single service within the CDRD. And member municipality and electoral area services are part of that distribution as well. So from that 1/3 of this position, they would be allocated a portion of that. And then within the 100 and the 130 service, they are paying the other 1/3 each with it. That allocation was determined at the beginning of the position. Sorry, not at the beginning, but as the position evolved, and it was determined based on workflow and what specific tasks they would be working on as to how the allocations would occur.
Okay, I think that makes sense to me. So just to confirm, for service 110, all of those costs are basically parsed out to how each service uses those administrative supports.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. That answers my question.
Okay. I'll move on. Okay. So from an expense perspective, this service is quite stable. Just a small item noted here from a travel perspective. Yeah, and this is just reflective of cost escalations that we saw in previous years. It's just a few small ups and downs in different object lines in this service, and yeah, that's about it. From a revenue perspective, we've kept taxation stable from the year before. Taxation stays level for 2026 and just shows some gradual increases as we go from year 2 across year 2 to 4. People and personnel is the largest driver, and that's where you see the regular type increases that you would normally see from a personnel perspective. Our future expenditure reserve, which we feel is okay at this particular level. And that's it. And this takes us to our recommendation, where we recommend that this proposed budget be approved by the board.
Great, thanks, Lucy. And a question in the room, go to Director Grief.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You mentioned payment in lieu of taxes there. I'm wondering, the municipalities and First Nations can receive payment in lieu of taxes from crown corporations, et cetera, et cetera. But my understanding is the electoral areas are exempt from that. Is there any money coming into the service, because it is municipal service, from BC Ferries, BC Hydro, payment in lieu of taxes?
Thank you through the chair to the director. The grants and lieu process, these specific ones are for federal buildings that are within the municipalities where they don't pay property taxes on them, and then that portion is transferred to us for them. As far as BC Hydro, they do give us a 1% revenue levy. It's not a grant in lieu specifically, but it is 1% of their total gross revenue that we receive annually that is disseminated out to all of the areas.
And BC Ferries not
BC Ferries, no.
Yeah. Thought so, thanks.
Okay. So from this is our first service that with a resolution on the table for the board to consider. Oh, already.
All right, Director McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a question around the capital plan. Slide 22 on mine. I'm not sure if they don't necessarily match up. There is 1.45 million in spending roughly for 2026 and about 2 million for 2027. But I couldn't quite follow where the capital funding is coming from. It doesn't connect directly to one reserve, and I couldn't quite connect the dots on the slides. So if you could maybe just provide a little bit of background as to where the 1.4 million and change is being funded from for 2026, and just the same for the following year, just so I can understand a little.
Sorry,
better.
through the chair, if I can just, go ahead.
I think actually, Director McCollum, you're speaking to function 110, which is our
yeah.
general management service, as opposed to 100, which is the municipalities administration service.
Oh, yeah, you're right, because I've got both open. I keep flipping back and forth. Yeah.
Okay, so we're 2 services away from that one.
Okay, yes, yeah. I've got them all open. Sorry.
That's okay. No,
We'll get ready.
the enthusiasm is encouraged.
Very good. Okay.
All right, so we are still at options and recommendations, so. All right, moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that? Is anyone opposed? All right, and that carries. Service 100.
Moving on to the next service is our service 130 electoral area administration.
Thank you, Lucy. I'll be taking this this overview. And again, it's a fairly straightforward service in the sense that this is about the administration for the rural areas specifically. The previous one was for the municipalities specifically. So next slide. This is service 130, and we also have a sub function here. It's 131 for the electoral area elections, and we'll speak to that in the next couple slides because, of course, this is an election year. Next slide. Lucy already spoke to the correction that would need to be made to this slide as well. The 0.19 should actually read 0.33, and that is for the proposed Senior Indigenous Relations Coordinator position. The adjustments noted on the slide, they reflect internally just having to adjust some of those allocations that we talked about in terms of the annual changes that are, or the annual review that is done, the changes that are made. And next slide. So from the expenses perspective, because this is an election year, you can see that we have increased expenses in 26 compared to 25, mostly around advertising and office expenses specific to the election. And then the professional fees, a lot of that is to do with the staffing of the different voting places in the rural areas. And 2026 reserve transfer from prior year surplus, that just reflects the upcoming information around surplus. Next slide. So typically in an election year, we do look to pull money out of reserves. And so we're proposing to bring in $52,000 from the reserve because it's an election year. And then you can see on the slide the amounts coming through grants in lieu and taxation. And next slide. Your funding sources specific to the rural areas. Slight increase in 26, as I noted, and then increases over the next several years, just reflecting those typical adjustments that Lucy spoke to in the previous slide around operating conditions. And next slide. This is your more detailed look at the 4 years in the financial plan after this year. Again, a fairly personnel heavy, staffing heavy type service. And so that's where the bulk of the expenses are. And next slide. So I mentioned that we are proposing to withdraw $52,000 from your future expenditure reserve. And this just gives you the picture over the 5 years of that particular reserve. And next slide. So happy to take any questions from the directors on this particular service, 130 and 131, the subservice for elections.
I'm not seeing any questions in the room or online at this point. So there is a recommendation if anyone cares to move it. Thank you. Okay, and seconded. Any questions? Anyone opposed to passing the recommendation? All right, and that carries. Please go ahead, Lucy.
Thank you for that. Okay. All government and myself, Jake, supported by James, will go through this particular area.
Sorry, I hadn't got your mic yet. There.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so I'll be starting this one off here. Again, this is the Finance Administration Function 110. Next slide, please, Lucy. So yeah, the individual function areas are all described here or noted. There are no overarching service changes proposed as part of this budget, but there are a number of initiatives, of course, within each one of these functions that we'll describe through these presentations. Next, please. So yeah, I'll highlight a few of the accomplishments from last year. So the Finance Department has led the completion of the asset management policy and draft strategy and data standards over the course of the last number of months. Developing and maturing the asset management program is a high priority given its role in ensuring essential public infrastructure remains safe, reliable, and affordable over the long term. The implementation of the strategy has been a frequent topic at the board and committee tables of late and has been incorporated into various service budgets that are being considered through this financial planning process. With respect to the IT strategic plan, with the help of M&P, the CVRD undertook a review of our IT services and department. The plan provides a high-level roadmap to advance technology modernization of our services within the CVRD, including operational tools, processes, standards, and structures. The plan comes at a crucial time amidst considerable technology renewal and replacement projects within the CVRD, the rapid advancement of technology, as well as the impending retirement of my colleague who has just stepped out, Brian Pearson, as our Senior Manager of IT. We've highlighted the key technology themes we're encountering in the briefing note that we've included as part of this financial plan. And with the support of the work that was undertaken by M&P, we are working to implement the necessary changes to navigate these forces while balancing our capacity and resource limitations. Lastly, here we've noted the completion of the partnership with the Comox Valley Community Foundation for administration of the Regional Social Development Grant Program. Although very modest in size, this program contributes to addressing the social development needs within the region while maximizing our funding impact from those contributions. Next, please. So yeah, we've spoken to a few of the trends, challenges, and opportunities in the earlier presentation, but so I'll refrain from flat out repeating myself, but do want to note the current trend of fiscal restraint by senior governments and the challenges this could pose for the CVRD in delivering some of our services. Grants are critical to a number of our initiatives, including housing, emergency management, active transportation, just to name a few. Reduced grant opportunities place a greater funding burden on local governments, and this can challenge the affordability and our ability to deliver certain initiatives going forward. Late last June, the board also approved a proactive communications initiative that is underway now, and so we'll speak to this in greater detail during the communications function presentation that's just ahead. Lucy, unless there's anything further you want to know on that, I think I'll turn it over back to you.
Thank you. So again, just recognizing that Jake and I already spoke to board strategies related to finance and administration. Myself, just maybe one further point related to fiscal framework. Financial services will maintain a concentration to get policy work for solid waste management drafted into the board over the first half of 2026 and then return to framework strategy work associated with CVRD overall. The asset management work is very much an integrated part of fiscal sustainability. The improvements to data here will strengthen our short and long-term planning and maximize the use of our existing assets. With the board's direction provided at last week's meeting, staff will adjust the proposed budget, revise our roadmap, and continue advancing the initiatives included in the strategy.
We have spoken to, I believe, all of these within the previous core service summary. So I think we can probably, unless there's any questions on any of those, we can probably move forward to the next slide. So with respect to human resources, there are 2 positions being proposed within the Information Systems Department. The strategic plan that I just noted, undertaken by M&P, identified the need for 3 positions overall within the department: 1 server and network administrator and 2 service desk positions. We don't feel that the 2 are necessary at this time, and so we're bringing forward the proposal for 1 position and would reassess this need over the next of the subsequent years. In short, the server and network administrator position is charged with operating and maintaining and coordinating the use of the CVRD's network, data center systems, hardware, software, and related computer equipment. These systems support every service across the regional district, including water, sewer, recreation, solid waste, emergency call handling. You name it, it all connects in through a computer system, and they rely on computer networks to perform critical functions and enable communication and data sharing. I'd say some of the key highlights of that are the SCADA systems that help to operate our really fundamental water and sewer infrastructure that occurs in facilities across this region. With 120 different servers and 45 facilities, the scale and complexity of the CVRD's computer infrastructure requires a dedicated administrator to enable proactive management and maintenance of these critical systems. At current, these systems are largely managed off the side of Brian's desk, as with the help of some of his senior staff, but it has been recognized that it requires a dedicated personnel to undertake the work that's necessary. And so in addition to helping prevent critical system failures, a server and network administrator will improve system oversight, help extend the life of systems and infrastructure, and ensure technology investments are cost effective and strategically aligned. I'll just take a moment here to also speak to the service desk specialist position. And this is sort of a core part of our proposal for the creation of a centralized first point of contact for staff in need of information technology and telecommunications assistance. The example I could give right now is just beyond this wall, of course, in which, of course, an EOC and in all our other functions do require ongoing IT support. And annually, we process about 1,800 technology support requests from across this organization. We do have a support ticketing system in place, but a dedicated resource with the appropriate skill set is needed to effectively respond, coordinate, and triage these services needs. The service desk resource will enable the organization's more senior and specialized staff resources to focus more on critical functions such as technology leadership, business applications, enterprise architecture, security and privacy, and project management. This was a core finding of the review, is that we have too many of our senior IT staff resources helping to address the support requests that are coming from across the organization. So dedicated resources at that right level can help allow them to do the higher level work that they are trained and provide to this organization. I'll pause there, see if there's any questions. Yeah.
Director McCollum, I couldn't see your mic. It's behind another mic. There we go.
Sorry, I then I can't talk into it. Yeah, just and maybe you explained this at the beginning and I tuned out, but what's the adjustment? So you spoke to the 2.33, or we already covered the 3.3 earlier, but what is the adjustment? Because it basically works out to 1 FTE of change, but I'm just not clear how that shakes out.
Through the
Am I
chair-
reading that right? Yeah,
Through the
thanks.
chair, the adjustments associated in this area, the largest change is in 114, which is our project management function. So they go from 4 staff to 2 staff in that area. Okay, so that's the 2. And then there is an adjustment that's been made for human resource client partners that makes up for the rest of it. And a small piece that was associated with our project manager. Okay.
All right, thanks. And Director Brown, go ahead.
Thanks. I noticed that we're looking at implementing AI. And I just wonder if we have developed a policy at the board level or where that's at, or is that coming back to us, or has it already been done?
Thank you through the chair. So yes, we are exploring and advancing this incorporation of an AI application. We do have a draft policy in place, but it's currently being sort of internally considered before we bring that forward. Yeah, so it hasn't, nothing formal has came forward yet at this point.
All I would add is that more generally speaking, with policies, we always consider what are board policies and what are more operational policies. And so I think right now a lot of the exploration that Jake and the IT group are doing is, and more than just the IT group, because AI is across the organization, it is at that operational level, understanding the tools available and sort of the different pitfalls and collection of information. So I would say that's a fairly operational policy at this time, but through that exploration, we're also considering what sort of board oversight and involvement and policy considerations would have to be given. So I think long-winded way of saying stay tuned.
Yeah, I think it might be a bit of massive learning on our part to even understand what the implications are at the board level. So I appreciate that operational piece, maybe not getting too deep into that, but having some general guidance for the extent of use or something.
Yeah, thank you.
To
And if I can,
understand that
if I
better.
can add, Mr. Chair, just that one aspect of this we're cognizant of is the potential use by our elected officials of AI. And so we're certainly mindful of that. I don't have any firm details to present to you at this moment, but we're not just looking at this solely from the perspective of staff. We're cognizant that you have tools and you use technology to support your roles as well.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks. I might ask a question myself. I'm wondering the server network admin position, would cybersecurity and increasing that be a part of that position? And we're obviously adding 2 new positions, and I was just curious to whether we're upping our capacity in that area.
I can speak briefly to that, Mr. Chair. So as part of the last year's budget process, we brought forward the proposal to bring on a cybersecurity position, and the board supported that. We are currently still in recruitment for that position. But it is a key position that would work together with the network and server administrator position in helping to bolster our network security. So different sort of skill sets, but nonetheless would cooperate in helping to manage and support our systems.
And that position, once we hire for it, would report to, I would assume, like the network administrator or
No. Yeah. So the network administrator will report into our manager of IT infrastructure position.
okay. Is there any particular sort of factor that's causing it to be a challenge to find, other than probably scarcity of personnel and
Yeah,
need by employers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it is a difficult position to hire for, given the demand on cybersecurity resources in all industries. And so we weren't surprised by this challenge. We're still optimistic that we're going to be able to land the right candidate into that seat. But it is a challenging field to hire in right now.
Okay, understandable. All right, we'll go to Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair. Forgive me if this has come up before. Are we exploring any of our capacity to work collaboratively with the other local governments, given that all have technology departments probably grappling with the same sorts of challenges?
I certainly welcome Brian to jump in here if he wants to after, but each organization definitely has different systems and networks and facilities that they operate. While there is certainly commonality around, I'm sure, the fundamentals, use of certain business applications and otherwise, we do all deploy different sort of nuanced approaches to this. So I think there's some level of collaboration, but just not a deep integration, I would say, of this, although maybe fiber optic is one exception where we have recently cooperated with the city of Courtenay and the town of Comox, for that matter, to at least make use of those fiber ducts. Did you want to add anything, Brian? Or?
Through the CAO and chair. I belong to a cybersecurity group with all our other regional districts across BC, as well as a senior management team of IT leaders across Vancouver Island. And some of the things we are working on is more collaboration in if a cybersecurity incident happens, to share resources and to up our capabilities to handle that either on the island or through other local partners. So yes, there is a collaboration sort of at those emergency levels that we are sort of already been talking about for the last, I'd say 9 months, just to have that kind of in-house or in government care of. If something does happen at any one of our regional districts, we can look at a way of applying resources and sharing the costs amongst each other in terms of renting or letting other regional governments or local governments use our employees to deal with the breach and not bring in outside people. So yeah, there's a number of initiatives already in we are talking about over the next year.
That's great to hear. Like that kind of network between the 27 regional districts where you're all doing similar, it's really encouraging to hear. Okay, then no further questions at this point. Lucy, do you want to continue?
Sure.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Sorry, just to follow up through the chair. We meet literally every month, each of the two groups. I play a part of each month. We meet differently for the whole DC as well as the Vancouver Island team.
Okay. So as we move on, Jake, did you want to speak briefly to 2027 first before I go into our future staffing?
Sure, thank you, Lucy. Yeah, so we've also highlighted there at the bottom right-hand corner of that slide, looking forward to 2027. And so there's a business application support position, which would provide direct support to both the asset management program as well as the land use program that supports planning and development. And particularly, the one aspect of that application would be the portal in which members of the public are then able to undertake more digital services respecting their applications or otherwise. And then as well, we've got the GIS position flagged as well. And of course, as asset management is a GIS-based application, it is putting more demands and will put more demands on our GIS team. So we've flagged that to support that program with respect to utility data and its connections into the City Works program.
Okay, thank you, Jake. And just maybe before I get going, I'll just take the opportunity to say I just really appreciate all the conversation around human resource and the type of information that we're providing. It has been an area over the last 3 years that internally we've been working to improve. As we go into the cycle, of course, human resources is a big part of what we do. So departments, budget managers, have been are to work on projecting forward what their staffing may look like going across our whole 5 years. And of course, as we bring things forward to the board, the approvals from a staffing perspective are focused on year one only, and the approval there isn't approval to bring on the staffing that are projected out across year 2 to 4. We concentrate on providing new information about 2026 when we come to this table. However, this year, we've expanded this out to give you information about what the 5 years look like, and we'll just continue to approve that. So for our area for financial services, in extrapolating forward on what we believe is required from a staffing perspective as we go forward, in 2026, we are indicating a need for a finance operations coordinator. And this is based on the fact that it is the area where we have most staff. There are 7 staff that are handled in this area. And whether it is the addition of a coordinator role in financial services or the other position that you see there from a senior manager of finance, it's building the capacity for our managers to be able to have capacity to work on implementing changes. There's still a lot of governance and policy work that we need to do, compliance, etc. And it is building additional capacity in order for us to be able to handle that and be able to continuously make improvements and strengthen our internal controls, etc. So there's the 2 positions for 2027, and then going out to year 5, we are indicating and likely changes that'll happen where from an insurance and risk perspective, we are foreseeing an insurance technician that would just handle the claims part of our operations. And then thank you so much. We've increased our resources from a financial planning perspective and we don't anticipate adding any additional staff until potentially as you get to a year 5 where an additional 0.5 would bring our capacity to 3, and we'd be able to support our internal departments and all of this work that they do to bring these budgets forward to you, and as well as what occurs throughout the year as well, to be able to help them to pull together financial information and do further analysis, etc. So that's what you're seeing here for our area across year 2027 to 2030. Any questions on that, or otherwise I'll move forward to expenses? Good. Okay. Okay. So in total, Service 110 is $10 million. So there's quite a bit here. We've showed you the functions. There are 10 functions in total that roll into this particular service. And it is easier to explain the changes by looking at each function, and we'll do this as we move forward to the coming slides. So to give you an idea from an overall cost perspective, to just address cost escalations, the slide indicates there's a number of 2025 one-time costs which drive the 2026 budget to that it's showing that it's come down lower, and that's due to the one-time cost for 2025. And you're also seeing that in the transfers to reserve line, which is affected by prior year surplus. So however, just pointing to those increases in areas as we are mostly people, and as such, the bulk of the increases, as we've talked about already, you often see it in this line. We've mentioned the positions that are being requested for 2026. And as well, other additional costs are there associated with the typical personnel costs increases. We do have a number of areas you'll see where software and licensing across all functions have increased. Some professional fees and training, and this is often directly related to bringing on new staff from a training perspective. And there are some specific professional services needs directly related to some initiatives. And also you will see some AM consulting fees included in this area. And this is how we've explained in information that we've brought that are about shared benefits, and these costs get allocated out to the specific departments and the processes that we use. So overall costs related to support services as distributed across all of our services, see increases in the personnel costs in summary, some asset management costs about 40,000, technology increases across all our services, and some small increases in travel and training. So that's overall. And we'll move on. So we'll go through all the individual functions now and just tell you a little bit more specifically what's happening in each one of these functions. Okay. So Jake, this one.
Yeah, so this is the 111 management services expense, and I welcome James as well to jump in here with respect to any aspects of this function area. We've noted here under the personnel costs the increase, which I think that is tied to the position request that we've already described within the Indigenous Relations Coordinator position. Other major changes, we've noted the Island Corridor grant expenses and a reduction in that, and food security grant expenses as well. And then basically some of our life cycling of some of the basic IT infrastructure related to the personnel within this function, laptops and monitors and such. Welcome Lucy or James to add anything further.
I have nothing else to add. Anything, James? Okay. Legislative services.
Okay, yes, this is legislative services. This is probably a function the board is very familiar with, given that this is the key support to the board in the operation of the board governance and the various committees. Lisa Dennis, of course, serves as our manager of this function. And the only item I might, or the aspect of the service that I might raise to the board as it doesn't cross your desk too frequently is just our delivery of the program related to accessing information under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. So this department also helps to coordinate all of that. The one aspect here that I would note is described in the keynotes or the eScribe. We very much appreciate the board's patience over the last year with our changes to our agenda minutes software. I know that it has been painful at times. As I hopefully have described to you a number of times, it's been a legacy software that was developed internally by the CBRD 20 odd years ago. It has served us extremely well and saved tens of thousands of dollars over those years. It is, however, at the end of its life, and so we are proposing through this budget to move to a off-the-shelf product, which is called eScribe, which many local governments make use of. So it's both exciting and sad in a way to put away this long-standing CBRD application, but it is necessary and will save us resources overall, given that it is very expensive to maintain internally developed applications in an organization of this size. So that's sort of the key service change I would suggest that we note here under this budget item.
I'll move on to 113 financial services, and I've mentioned most of these already. Salary and wages increase relating to full year implications of two positions that came on in 2025 and some adjustments. The training costs that have gone up and asset management. Those are your highlights for 113. For 114. This area is a function that we house in this service that's about project management, and it is in essence an area where we flow through these costs. So you see the decreases here. That's associated to the adjustments in staffing, and these costs get allocated out to capital projects that are related to the work that's happening associated with this group. From a human resource perspective, a couple of one-time costs that are amounting to about $45,000. I want to just make a note here. We discovered an error that was there in the allocation from a human resource perspective. While we were preparing the presentation, we realized that it was calculating it incorrectly in our service. in our software. So there's a correction to come here, which will translate into, instead of this 20% that you're seeing here as an increase in personnel costs, it's actually 10%. Okay, so we'll make that change, and that'll come forward with your recommended budget. And the next one is IT, information technology.
Thank you, Lucy. Yes,
Mhm.
so I've spoken to some of the details related to IT already, but certainly would emphasize the critical nature of this organizational support in the delivery of all of our services across the regional district. This is only becoming more pronounced as we move to a more open, integrated, and digital experience, in which also incorporates the public wanting to have all those same sort of access and digital connection to us as well. Within the budget here, we've noted the personnel proposals that we've already kind of outlined. These increases are somewhat mitigated by a reduction in contract services, given the completion of third-party review, which we spoke to. Minor capital is also seeing a sizable increase, and this reflects an increase to the fiber optic equipment replacements, power supply upgrades and replacements for our various servers and our network systems. So lots of sort of life cycling of some of our infrastructure that is a key support to this function.
Okay.
Next is communications. So this is 117. The communications department is, of course, involved in all of the engagement and public communications that is undertaken through the regional district, and supporting staff in fulfilling those obligations and needs as well. It's led by Jennifer Steele, who's just behind the wall here, helping to support the EOC here today. I spoke earlier about that board support of the proactive communication strategy, and so that was endorsed late last year. The goal was to sort of target a number of initiatives that we want to increase the communication and awareness amongst the public about. And so that includes education on the housing authority, community events aligned with assisting residents in understanding their property taxes and regional district services, a social media strategy highlighting our recreational facilities and the positive impact on individuals and families, and community events aligned with the emergency preparedness program and Fire Smart. As well as, lastly, just community pop-up events in parks to provide an opportunity for residents to connect with park staff, learn about these facilities and the projects that are coming forward. So this work is underway now. We are going through each one of those initiatives over the course of this year, and staff have proactively reduced funds in advertising and other categories in the overall budget in an effort to mitigate the impact of the resourcing required to support that initiative. So that sort of rounds out that budget.
Just moving on to fiscal services, 118. In here, we handle the reserve transfers occurs, our internal cost of carbon. Reserve is transfers is stable. Capital will fluctuate a bit up and down depending on what projects are out there in our 10-year plan. And the FFE reserve here deals with surplus. I'll move on to 119, which is the corporate office, and this remains very very stable year to year. Not much change here. Some one-time costs from 2025 of about $60,000 that have come off. Otherwise stable. So revenue to fund this particular service. What you see here on the screen is the effect of the one-time grant, and that's where the reductions come in. For many years now, we have been softening the increases associated with finance and administration through the use of transfers from reserves or your surpluses. There is a need to lessen the reliance on this type of funding as we move to the 2026 budget and budgets beyond 2026. It is one-time funding, which may or may not be available in any given year. There's simply not this level of reserve money sitting there to utilize as a tax stabilization as we have been using it. So it's very important for us to start to move away from that reliance. So last year, you can see here in 2025 that there was $1 million that was brought in, and this year it's $400,000. Into the future projections from year 2 to 5, you'll see that we have not incorporated those funds into the revenue. So and finally, recoveries from other functions. This line facilitates the transaction to allocate costs out to the individual services. So with overall costs for finance having been known, finance will then take into account the various pieces of revenue that you see here. So then as determined by our support services policy, the costs are then allocated out across all services. Okay. CVRD must full cost individual services, with the cost of administration being one of those areas. Taxation and other funding is raised using taxation, and maybe other bits of funding is used throughout the individual services in order to bring in the dollars in order to support the administrative piece, or support services, and other costs associated with the service. Here's the funding sources and the level of taxation that's brought into this particular service associated with costs that are rolled in here, other than support services, is staying stable across all years. And on this slide, just as I said, just highlighting that there's no transfer from reserve to offset the cost increases that are here in this particular service. And I'm just going to move into capital. Yeah. Okay. Not a whole lot of capital in our area, which is a good thing. So just two quick notes for me on this particular side. First being for project 1018. It does say budget software. We meant to change this to, this is about dealing with our financial applications, which is much more than just budget software. We have software for our GLs, accounts payable, accounts receivable. This also includes our human resource and payroll software as well. Okay. Financial applications need to be life cycled, and this project looks to sequentially address this. The highest priority is that of the human resource payroll system, and this project is planned to be launched early this year. That's given the budget resources. So secondly, the board has heard about the asset management department and onboarding additional departments to our CMMS system. The cost to do that will be capitalized, and this is what you are seeing here in project 1143. Okay, this will be adjusted, one of those areas again that'll be adjusted and as a result of the decisions that's come forward from the board around asset management and what that's going to translate to. We haven't determined all the full details around that. It's likely that some costs out of 2027 will move to 2028 associated with recreation onboarding, so is what I'm feeling at the moment. Okay. From a long-term capital plan perspective.
Sorry, Lucy, to interrupt. I wonder if Director Malcolm did have a question on slide 22 previously. I'm wondering if maybe if that was asked, or if we wait till the end, or
I didn't notice. I'm sorry. Okay. We're almost at the end, so if you want to wait to the end, is that okay? Okay. And Jake will speak a bit more further to the IT capital. I'm going to move over. You can let me know if you want me to go back, Jake, or if you want me to stay on.
Maybe forward, yeah, right there, great.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so with respect to the IT infrastructure, this is really centered on that fiber optic network that we've been pursuing over the last 5 or so years. We are almost completed, and so it's a massive accomplishment in which I've spoke to the board about the number of facilities we have and the IT connectivity demands that those facilities require. Connecting by fiber is a game changer for us, both in the reliability, the security, as well as the cost efficiencies that we can achieve through having our own fiber installed. So I know the sewer conveyance project was not about fiber optics, but certainly it feels like to us it's a tremendous opportunity, and we are very grateful to be able to have the fiber duct installed along that route to connect one of our major facilities. So what you've seen in the capital plan reflects support for that sewer conveyance fiber optic project and some of the corporate elements that are relevant to it within sort of phone, internet, email connectivity, as well as the network distribution switching and replacing some of the network infrastructure. So that's kind of the core of it.
Just a couple of quick slides on our reserves. In total, our ending balance is $2.7 million. It includes a future expenditure reserve it's around $2.5 million, let's say. We're feeling okay about this particular reserves. It does represent about 3 months worth of operating costs for this area. Our capital works reserve doesn't look so good. And one of the things that we really think about, we did not have enough. We know that there's additional costs coming from a capital perspective for our financial applications. It is very costly to be able to replace all our financial systems, and we've just started our venturing down the road to understand that better, where our systems are at and how much more we can get out of them. And then to be careful about planning to the future of, and it's likely going to be within the next 5 years that we will see some significant activity there. As I was saying, it's a very high priority for us to be addressing what's needed for our HR and payroll system. And closely after that, we will need to be dealing with our procurement and GL systems and accounts receivable, accounts payable, et cetera, right? And we also need to do some advancements on our budget software in order to be able to do what we're doing here from a budget perspective in a much more efficient way. And as a major piece of software as well, it does need attention from a life cycling perspective as well. So we will need additional dollars from a capital perspective in order to do that. And that just kind of circles back to that whole theme around overall in our reserves for this area. Do we have some dollars that we can spare from stabilizing taxation? And that's to bring down costs overall of sports services, which gets translated out into all of our services. We try to keep that as low as we can. However, we are absolutely noting that within these reserves, we need more and do not have spare dollars in order to be able to lessen the increases that come forward from cost escalations. This is the
Lucy, I was just gonna say that I think we're gonna take a break at around 11:25. I think lunch will be around 12:30, but there's a brief interview to do out front. So we'll take like a 15-minute break. So just whatever you feel is the next chunk to do to let us off at around 11:25.
Okay, this is almost wrapped up completely for this area, and for sure after that is fine. Internal cost of carbon, which don't think there's much to say about that. We've got a couple small amounts coming out of this area, and that takes us to our last slide, which I don't have any words to say to this one. Kind of already did in our previous presentation that Jake and I did for overall. And we ask that the board endorse this proposed budget for Service 110.
Well, while I wait for, there we go, someone to move it or someone to speak, or yeah, go ahead, Director McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just ask my question again from earlier. Just wanted to better understand how the capital plan is funded. In I don't know if I've not noticed, but when we look at the capital plan for the city, we can also see where it's funded from, and it's just not clear to me from slide 22 how those different capital projects are funded, if it's reserves or operating or a combination of each. And then I'll just ask the subsequent for the sake of efficiency. You highlighted that we are relying on unspent surplus to kind of absorb some expense implications in the last budget cycle, but I didn't see anything in the slides that showed what that surplus figure was. Maybe I missed it, or maybe it's on a different attachment.
Okay, to address your first question around how capital is funded, in standardizing these PowerPoints, we've included information on the key capital projects. I understand that very typical piece of information to tell you how funded. We have not put it in the PowerPoints. It is, however, in the detailed budget information that's in the budget reports that are in the package. So in that report, you'll see the expenditures, and you also see the funding that's associated with the capital that you see on slide 22. Kelly is just reminding me that this area is somewhat complicated. So if you'd like her to provide you some information on that, she most certainly can right now in a snapshot.
Okay, but just to clarify, it's in the report in 110. I should be able to. No. Okay, I'll have a look, and if I have a question, I'll ask you offline.
Okay, and if
Thanks.
there's something really specific to let you know about, maybe when we reconvene again, we can provide that piece of information, discuss it with Kelly. And your second question, if it's specifically related to 2025 surplus coming in, these proposed budgets do not have a figure for surplus included in them. We will bring that forward with recommended. As we're building the budgets, we have an idea of where surpluses are going, and you'll see in some services where, okay, it looks like we can use some dollars to help out here. That's what we have done. So if that was your question, it's not there for 2025. Okay. Okay.
All right, and maybe while I'm waiting for someone to make a recommendation, I just want to say that I appreciate hearing your overview on reviewing all of your financial software systems. And I know that we don't have asset management in place in a formal sense, but like we're both developing a program, and that's just evidence of the work that's always been done and that's ongoing. We'll obviously step it up, but it's great to hear that's being very actively considered. So, yeah, okay. So just waiting for someone to make a recommendation. Thank you very much. Moved and seconded. Any questions on that? Anyone online with a question? I don't see any indications of hands. Okay. Anyone opposed? And that carries. And this seems probably a good point to take a break, and we'll come back at this will be a slightly longish break. It's let's say 22.
22?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to get back in a minute because I know that Jake has to give us another report and then go to the EOC. So we'll start right at 11:40. Okay, we're going to bring things back here and believe next we're doing service 450 just to kind of rearrange the flow so it works well with the EOC. So I'll pass it to James if you want to say anything to introduce Jake.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, directors. And normally we would have presented the regional sustainability as a core service prior to these presentations, but for Jake's schedule, and thank you to the board, we'll just ask Jake to jump into the PowerPoint for 450 Comox Valley Housing.
Thank you, James. Through the chair to the directors. So yeah, this is 450 Comox Valley Housing. Next slide, please, Lucy. So yeah, here are the fundamentals of the service. There are no significant or substantial service changes proposed. We are, of course, in an interesting position right now in which we are heading towards sort of the formation of the authority and of course setting the service in a sort of more in a path to carry it forward into the future. Yeah, next slide, please. With respect to 2025 accomplishments, so we've been through the service establishment process for it, which included the sort of financial framework to support the service and in turn support the housing authority. And notably, of course, we have gone through the process to further engage interested and affected parties to define those sort of key elements of the authority and its work. And are quite pleased with the result of that, and I very much appreciate the board's endorsement of that in December, in which we are now awaiting inspector approval from the ministry around the formation of that corporation. Next slide, please. With respect to trends, challenges, and opportunities, there is some recent softening of housing prices and rental rates, but make no mistake about it, the affordability issue remains significant and very much present, and we do not see a massive change occurring on that front. And so, unfortunately, these affordability issues are likely going to be a challenge that we're going to be working on for a number of years, not only here, but in many communities across this province. Senior government housing program changes are, of course, a potential opportunity and challenge. Right now, BC Housing, there's been some restraint around their program announcements with respect to the Community Housing Fund. And of course, changes over time could significantly impact the grants available for affordable housing projects. Conversely, new program initiatives, perhaps like Build Canada Homes, could contribute to our ability to immediately deliver on new housing within the community. The Housing Authority is well positioned to address the key gaps and barriers being faced, again, subject to some caveats around ensuring that those senior government capital funding programs continue and are bolstered to that effect. But through the work that we've undertaken, and we've clearly noted where there are gaps being faced in getting new projects going, and we feel that the Housing Authority will play a central role in developing that pipeline of projects across the region into the future. Next slide, please. So yeah, I've spoken to this. This is clearly the priority to create the authority, and I think we're quickly going to be moving to that phase of actually looking to identify the number of projects that we can get in the hopper for realization by nonprofit groups and by the Housing Authority itself. With respect to expenses for the service, so yeah, we're in a bit of a placeholder period, if I could put it that way. We are anticipating an initial grant to the Housing Authority, which we flagged there, of $100,000, but that is just basically in play here until we're able to solidify the new board and then establish that partnering agreement between this board and the Housing Authority that will lay out what financial assistance you actually provide to the Housing Authority. And so it could be a number of different sort of approaches to that. But fundamentally, of course, this service exists to provide that support to the Housing Authority. And so it's just a matter of ironing out the details of that partnering agreement that would outline the assistance that we provide. So for the time being, in summary, again, this is a placeholder anticipated $100,000 grant to the Housing Authority, but a budget amendment could be put forward at some point here to solidify a different arrangement if needed. Revenue, of course, this service, the requisition is remaining stable at kind of what the board had identified through the direct action approaches report. And so no major changes there. And the funding sources are noted here for the 5 participants. And then nope, I think that's fully fine. Thank you. And then the operating budget for the 4 years going forward. Which there's a $250,000 there again, but that is a placeholder that again the partnering agreement will help solidify exactly what is the grant that will be locked in future years. Noted here the future expenditure reserve. This is of course what we've sort of been commonly referring to as the strategic housing reserve, and it really serves as the strategic ability for the Housing Corporation to advance on its mandate through whether it's through land acquisition of units, grants for pre-development work by nonprofits or otherwise. So this is a really important reserve fund to help move this initiative forward. And lastly, yeah, we flagged here this service's direct alignment with all of the board's strategic drivers summarized there on this slide. With that, I'm pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jake. I'm looking around the room and any questions online? Certainly talked much about this over the course of the last year, so perhaps questions have been answered, but we've got something from Director Graith.
I've got one question. Yeah, just one question there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed the 115K for Area C, which normally Area C trails Area A on most of these requisitions because of the value of the housing in Area A. So is this based on a different model, different funding model? Is it a per capita model, not an assessed value model, or why is Area C paying that much when it's not I'm just asking because it's not usually the case if it's based on assessed value.
Could we go back to that slide if someone has the clicker? I think it's this slide here.
Thank you. Yeah. So if you just give Kelly just 1 minute to pull it up, then she'll provide you some additional information on that, okay? Yeah.
If you have another question, just hit light. Okay.
Well, just as a thought as well, Area C, of course, has lots of agricultural land reserve, and farms don't pay that much into taxes, so it's just going to fall disproportionately on the actual homeowners of Area C that aren't in ALR.
Just need us.
Just give staff a minute to.
Just need 1 more second. to
Sure, of
look
course.
at it.
Go ahead and schedule.
Computer shutting down.
Oh no. Sorry.
If it's helpful, Kelly, there's another question from Director McCollum, perhaps if that's something Lucy can answer,
Sure.
and you're just
Nicole,
have less of a clock and
Sure.
if you're watching it. Director McCollum, go ahead.
It's also along the same lines. I'm not sure when the timing will impact the tax requisition, but is there further decision or process left in terms of Comox leaving this service? Because I thought that was kind of already determined. So I'm just wondering, yeah, when we see that impact in terms of funding sources and what that looks like for the rest of the participants going forward.
Yeah, that was just noted as well here that Comox is listed as a participant. And of course, that service bylaw has been amended to remove the town of Comox as a participant. So I'm going to say there's an error on this particular slide. We're going to have to come back to update that to reflect that town of Comox is not a participant here, and also get some clarity over the Area C, Area A, if that is a distinction there.
I see Director Arby, we have online. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry, I just missed part of the comment, but was it that Area A's contribution to the housing service seems lesser than usually in a cost share perspective? Was that the question? Because I don't know if it's been pointed out by staff, but Hornby and Denman do not contribute to that service. And they would usually Area A, B, and C as total sums are quite comparable in assessment values. But when you take out Hornby and Denman, it's actually a fair chunk that disappears. So that might explain. It would just be the Bainsound portion that contributes.
Yeah, thanks, Director. And often you'll see part Area A Bainsound when that's the case. So there's something that a couple things on this slide that we do want to correct. And I'm not sure if Kelly has any information at the ready, or if we should come back with this particular slide and perhaps even this service.
And just one further, CEO, if I can. What's unique about this too is in this case, there's 2 services for the housing authority, I believe, and or for the housing effort, and Hornby and Denman are part of one, but not part of the other. So yeah, maybe if it can come back and be all more specified, as you say, with which one is Bainsound and which one is all of Area A.
Maybe I'll just put it this now. Would you like to, I realize it's challenging, Jake, because I know you need to leave. Why don't I put it to staff as to how it's best to address this, given there are a couple of challenges on the slide.
So
Yeah, I don't want to keep Jake from the EOC. He's got that responsibility. So we can come back. If we're able to come back today with information, we will. I'd like to have an updated slide here and some clear information. If not, we'll be looking to that February 10th board meeting to bring this one back.
And if it were to come back later today, could we complete the discussion without Jake being here? Would that, it seems like we're probably.
I think so,
If
yeah.
he needs to go to the EOC at this point, then we could perhaps table this and come back to it during the afternoon while you're at the EOC.
Kelly's computer is back in order at the moment. Yeah, she can add a little bit of, she can add some info at this particular time if you'd like to. Jake, you're still good for a little bit? Do you want us to proceed with that? And for sure, on the element of Comox being part of this, we have that correction that we need to make, and we'll make sure that we bring that back. And Kelly can just provide a bit more depth into Director Greaves' question now that her computer stopped.
Yeah,
stopped
if you're able
recycling.
to, Kelly, I don't want to rush you.
Okay,
It sounds like
sure.
you're good with that.
The error about Comox, that's totally my fault. I don't know why I had it in my head that they were leaving the service in 2027, not 2026, so we'll fix that. As far as the assessed value for it, 450 is the one service that is a bit of an anomaly where it's 50% population and 50% assessed values. And for area A, it is on all of area A, not just Plain Sound. So
It is.
it's,
So often if it's just part of area A, we'll just list the part of area A. So the
That's-
fact that we're seeing area A listed does indicate that it includes all of area A. Daniel's, Dr. Robert, does that accord with your understanding?
Yeah, so that means that's one of the two services that covers everybody. It's probably the one that was born out of the emergency shelter, if that's the case, because I know Hornby and Denman was part of that. The other service, the homelessness, Hornby and Denman do not contribute. So
Okay.
so that's so then staff's
And the-
assessment is
And the
correct.
formula referenced by staff, that all checks out. Okay.
Yeah, it
Sounds
checks
like,
out. Thank you.
and Director Greed, this answers your question.
Well, once again, corporate memory here, and my corporate memory is starting to fade. But I think 450, when we established that service, it was per capita. If I remember correctly, Fred Bates isn't here to let me know, but yeah, that was the vote, I remember. But anyway.
Director Reeve, I just heard Kelly say that the requisition for this particular service for 450 is based on 50% population, 50% assessed value. So, which is unique. Most of our services are based on assessed value.
Yeah.
And so this would go back to the service establishment.
I seem to remember it was per capita, like on population only, was the original establishment bylaw. But I
Mr. Chair.
obviously I could be wrong.
Yeah, if I can just add, Mr. Chair, yeah, this one, it has been the same way since the service establishment bylaw was adopted. So there's been a couple of amendments to it, but it has not changed the allocation formula. So
Well, it sounds like we're all on the same page at last on this, and the correction regarding Comox is something that could be dealt with separately. So I think if are there any further questions? We were previously at the sort of the questions and recommendation slide, and I know Jake, that you need to be moving fairly soon. So any further questions before we contemplate a recommendation? Director Hardy.
Yeah, I guess my question was gonna be, can we make a vote on a recommendation with the town of Comox in the slide here right now? Because that kind of impacts what we were expecting for revenues, right?
Yeah.
Let's
Agreed.
table this and we'll defer this until like the corrected slide is available for us, although.
Yeah.
Okay,
Likely before the end of the day, we'll take care of this and we can
Okay.
circle back to this resolution if that's okay with the board.
great. Okay,
Okay.
so we'll table this. Thanks, Director Hardy.
Okay, perfect. Thank
All
you.
right, so we're gonna move on from 450. So Jake, thanks for your time and off you go to the EOC and we'll move on to service 150. Is that correct? Lucy?
Yes, yeah, through the
Okay.
chair. So this is
Go ahead.
the area where we have a number of small impact services here, that being 150, 190, service 630, and 400. And Kelly is prepared to address any questions that you may have in this area. Otherwise, if we can move forward with the resolutions, that would be great.
Okay, not seeing any hands up online. Director Green.
Thanks very much. So my understanding is service 400, area C does not pay into 400. Correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's correct. It's area B.
All right, and with that one question there.
Sorry, just for clarity, service 400 is the cemetery service, and area B and the town of Comox and the city of Courtney are participants in that service.
Right. Okay. Moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Any questions on that? Anyone opposed? And this is for services 150 and 190. Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Moved by Martin Hillian. Any questions? Anyone opposed? That also carries. Recommendation 3. Service 400, the cemetery. It's for B, area B, Courtney and Comox. Anyone opposed? And that carries. And so now we're moving on to service 275, the 911 answering service. I'll pass it back
Thank
to
you,
Lucy.
Chair. And for this particular service, Kelly has a short presentation for you.
Sorry, I mixed up my slides. Okay. Presentation.
Okay, you tell me what you. We might have to incorporate a bit more desk space for ourselves. We're mixing up our papers over here.
I'm sorry for the delay. Just. I don't know what I did. But yeah. Oh, found it.
Okay.
Sorry. So 911, North Island 911, sorry, 911 answering service. The service was established to provide enhanced 911 emergency telephone service to the North Island, the Peace River District, and the fire dispatch for the Cowichan Valley. It's a flow through for the North Island 911 Corporation, which is a distinct corporation comprising of 6 regional districts and 1 First Nation. The service provides the CBRD proportional share for North Island 911's approved budget through an operating grant. And the 2026 operating grant is $28,000 higher than 2025, which is due to increased North Island 911 costs. While the service has been experiencing some smaller increases in other categories, the proportional share is due to the operating grant increase. The requisition for this, the requisition has an increase of 33,570 to offset the expenses that were mentioned on the previous slide. And the funding sources, it's primarily through requisition, and overall it results in a net tax rate per thousand of 0.033 cents. We're at or about $3.31 per $100,000. The operating budget, the future years see an increase of 4% year over year, which is due to the North Island 911 2026 to 2030 proposed financial plan. And that was presented last week, I believe it was, at the North Island 911 committee. The future expenditure reserve, has minimal contributions planned each year. The balance is not enough as it sets to offset any stiff increases to the operating grant or to be a resource for rate stabilization. The best practice indicates that the FE reserve should have 3 to 4 months of operating revenue available, and this future expenditure reserve does not meet that minimum throughout the entire 5-year plan. And that brings us to the option and recommendations that the proposed plan be adopted and, be approved, and we're here for any questions.
All right, I'm looking out, not seeing any here or any online. Recommendation moved by McCollum, second by Moran. Any questions? Anyone oppose the recommendation? Okay, and that carries. Thanks very much, Lucy.
So our next, that concludes the core service of finance and administration. You can move on to core service of water, and Mark Rutten will do an overview of that. Unless you want to break for lunch and we proceed with the next core services after lunch.
Actually, that does make some sense. Another interview request coming in, so we'll maybe until 12:30. Lunch is here, so yeah, we'll come back at 12:30. seconds for people to get back to their laptops and back into the room, and then we'll get back to the meeting. All right, I think we're gonna kind of wrap up our lunch at this point and start with the first service raffle lunch, which is the water supply core service. And we'll pass it to James, then he can make introductions. I see Mark's ready
Thanks,
to
Chair.
go.
Yeah, Mark Rutten is our General Manager of Engineering Services. Mark will be providing the overview here of the water supply as a core service and also the overview of the sewage treatment as a core service. And like I said earlier, there's no specific budgets here today to talk about water and sewer, but we wanted to provide these overviews. And then we'll dig into the actual service budgets at the Water Committee and the Sewage Commission meetings next week. So Mark, over to you for water supply.
Great, thank you. Through the CEO and through the chair. So this is a high-level summary of the CBRD's water systems, and there will be detailed presentations on each of the budgets that make up the water systems. Combined, these systems are responsible for providing drinking water to over 60,000 people in the Comox Valley. Some of the key service outcomes, these were developed several years ago at strategic planning, or a few years ago at strategic planning. And many of them, or all of them, still resonate today for the CBRD's important water services. Resiliency, watershed protection, and water system reliability are top of mind. Some of the key initiatives that are underway within the water services. Water Extension South continues. So that project is in detailed design right now. There'll be quite a bit of work happening on that design in 2026, and then construction to follow soon after that. The Water Master Plan, which we've reported on at several Water Committee meetings, is providing progress. Was delayed quite a bit. Firstly, for gathering the same information that the municipalities were using in their OCP updates to ensure that all of our growth projections were right. And then lately, it's just taken us a little bit longer to pull the information together, but it's almost complete, and that'll be coming to you in the spring. Watershed protection, of course, continues as a very important priority for all of these water services, but especially for our main service at Comox Lake, but also for the other ones. And then asset management, which you've heard a lot about in the last few months, very important for the water services to improve their asset management. So the next slide speaks a little bit more about that. The CBRD's water services are leading the implementation of asset management. We have implemented CityWorks, which is a computerized maintenance management system, and there's a little bit of work left to finish off that implementation, but it's well on the way for water. And in addition, we'll be focusing on finalizing asset inventory, documenting workflows and procedures, and completing condition assessments. On the corporate energy and emissions side, so in 2025, we completed detailed study work to identify those highest opportunity projects where we could reduce our emissions. And for the water services, the project that's risen to the top is the solar panels at the water treatment plant, combined with a battery storage system. And so that battery storage system would power the treatment plant and the pump station at Comox Lake during power interruptions. That project, we've applied for funding through BC Hydro for that project, which we really need to help fund that. And just one more thing about that project, although really exciting, it doesn't actually reduce emissions that much because the the treatment plant's already fully electrified. There's not a lot of natural gas there's no natural gas to remove there, but it's still a very beneficial project and could help with our operations quite a bit.
Mark, if it's okay to take
Yeah,
questions as we go along.
Absolutely.
Are you sure? Okay, all right. Go.
So next, just a quick couple bullets here on the trends, challenges, and opportunities. Chris and Mike will expand on these during the detailed budget reviews that they'll bring forward. But on the challenges side, we've got long lead times, high costs, major capital spending funded by debt, which I'll talk about a little bit more, and increased regulations. And these seem to have kind of, really come on strong during the pandemic and have persisted since. But on the innovation side, on the opportunity side, we have a great team in place that's always looking to make improvements. And asset management is something that's really going to help this asset intensive service. And, you might not see those improvements right away, but over time and into the future, it's going to be a big benefit to the service. On the expenses side, you can see the bars getting bigger over time. So these are all of the expenses for all of the water systems. The graphs are dominated by the large system at Comox Lake, but it is, just to keep in mind, this is a total of all water systems. And the two main drivers here are there's increased transfers to reserves in kind of 2017, 18, and 19. So you can see that top green part of the graph. So we're making some larger reserve contributions in anticipation of major capital work happening in 2030. And in 2030, what you see is the debt bar, the debt portion of that bar growing. So we're completing some major capital works, we're taking on debt, and then the debt servicing costs increase in those future years. On the funding side, shown here again is the funding for all water services, but dominated by the Comox Valley water system. The bulk water rate is increasing by a few percent per year. And also metered water rates and water parcel taxes for the rural areas are also increasing over time. The bulk water rate is the large blue portion, and then the tax rates, the parcel tax rates, are the orange portion. So summary slide here is to sum it all up. On fiscal responsibility, the master plan is helping to show what the future will look like for this service and to ensure that we're ready for it. And asset management planning will do the same. Climate crisis, we're continuing our efforts on watershed protection. The rural systems are fully metered with conservation rates in place, and I know that the municipalities are working towards that. Electrifying the fleet continues to be a priority, and then this photo PV and battery project at the water treatment plant could also help to reduce emissions slightly. We're collaborating with First Nations on watershed protection planning. The Water Extension South project is also another collaboration with First Nations. And then on accessibility, we've got several water systems serving rural areas, and that's it. So I'm happy to take any questions on the water core service presentation.
All right, and Director Hardy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And not a real question, but more of a comment or a thought really with regards to Mark. And I know you're going to be retiring here from the Comox Valley Regional District in a few weeks. And I just want to acknowledge all of the hard work and effort that you've done for our communities and for the CVRD over the last 16 plus years. So thank you again for your service. I know you're a very quiet guy. You go about your business in a very quiet manner. But I just thought I'd take this moment to say thank you for your service to the CVRD.
Thank you. Yeah. Well said. All right. Thank you, Director Hardy. You're stealing my thunder. I was going to say some things along those lines, your last round of budgets, and thank you for your stewardship, Mark.
Thank you.
One more comment.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, it is Groundhog Day. And winter's supposedly extended, so.
I had
Just
forgotten all
FYI.
about that, yeah. All right, any other questions, comments? And there's no action required on that report, so I guess we'll go next to sewage treatment core service. Okay, great.
All right, thank you. Yeah, similar to water, this is a high-level overview of the sewer treatment services provided by the regional district. So this presentation is mostly dominated by the main wastewater treatment plant, but also includes some of our very small treatment plants in rural areas, and then also the septic services that are provided to septic haulers at the wastewater treatment plant. So combined, these services are responsible for providing wastewater treatment to over 50,000 people in the Comox Valley, so a big service for our area. This slide here shows some of the key service outcomes. Again, these were developed at strategic planning by the board and staff. And similar to water, these many of these, if not all, still resonate at this time. The impacts of climate change, like we're reminded of this past weekend, are real considerations for this service, for the liquid waste management planning work that we've been doing and reporting out on, and for the future upgrades that will be recommended at the plant. Eliminating the risk along Willamar Bluff is close to being realized with completion of the conveyance project later this summer. And so that's something that we can all celebrate. It's taken us a very long time to get there, but we're almost there. Some of the key initiatives that are ongoing now and that have been in the works for a little bit is sewer conveyance project. So that's coming along on budget, a little bit behind schedule. As you know, all the piping is installed, but the pump station project has definitely taken longer than expected. Now estimated for completion in the later summer and start up in late summer, early fall. South Sewer, so definitely worth updating. The South Sewer project has been a very challenging project, still a key focus of the board, but it has been very difficult to deliver. So I've got a little bit more to say about South Sewer later on. Yeah. Okay, thanks. And the upgrade project, of course, which we have been reporting at the last couple of sewage commission meetings, and then Chris will bring forward the kind of budget implications when we have a more detailed budget presentation for the sewer service. Asset management. So in this service, we'll be rolling out asset management in 2026 with the implementation of CityWorks. So they haven't yet started to use that software for maintenance management, but they will be starting this year. And some of the work involved with that will be to develop the detailed asset inventory, to document workflows and procedures, and to complete condition assessments. On the corporate energy and emissions, similar to water, we completed the detailed study work in 2025. And that revealed that the highest priority project for this service to help reduce emissions is to electrify the heating systems at the wastewater treatment plant. So that treatment plant is currently heated by natural gas, and converting to heat pumps and electrification of those heat pumps will reduce emissions significantly. So that project is in the works. We've applied to BC Hydro for a grant, and hoping to hear back on that in the spring. So trends, challenges, and opportunities. I think this will be a common theme throughout the water and sewer presentations, but costs are definitely an ongoing challenge. Inflow and infiltration. And South Sewer project is very complicated. And just speaking a bit more about South Sewer, you know, it's a vital project to Comox First Nation, of course. It's important for Royston in Area A. It's critical to improving environmental conditions in Bain Sound. And yet the project it has all of these things going for it, all of this support behind it. But every time we take a step forward on that project, where there's more challenges popping up. So it's something that we just need to keep working on. We'll be bringing forward some options later in the year for the EASC to consider and for the board. And yeah, we'll keep working on that project. On the opportunity side, we've got a great team in place. You notice that inflow and infiltration is mentioned both as a challenge and as an opportunity, just because it is one of those places where if we can reduce flow to the treatment plant, it will help reduce, you know, future expenses and costs associated with treating the wastewater and also expanding the plant to deal with those flows. And there's specific reports coming forward on how best to reduce I&I and the commitments necessary, both at the regional district level and at the municipal level. Just moving on to the money here for a minute. On the expense side, the biggest challenge for the sewer budget, which you can see clearly on this slide, but you'll also hear about during the upcoming detailed budget presentations, is rising debt costs. So on this slide here, you can see the blue bar sort of in the middle of the bars, significantly growing in years 2028, 29, and 2030. And that's to take on significant more debt on top of the debt that we're already incurring for the conveyance project in order to fund those wastewater treatment plant upgrades. And that debt just comes with, you know, high interest and principal servicing costs. And, you know, you can see on this slide that debt is, you know, just looking at it, about half of the cost for the sewer debt servicing. So it's very significant, probably above any policy that Lucy will bring forward on debt, but something that we need to work through. And then just the last, close to the last slide here, the revenue for this service, it mainly comes from a municipal levy. So the costs for the service are allocated to Courtney and Comox based on their flow to the service. So that's the big blue bar. The orange is other revenue. So it's mainly sales of service. So that's the septage that comes in from rural septic systems. So that we treat those solids. And then the purple is some grant funding, but we're showing that just as a placeholder. So that's South Sewer grant funding that we would use for detailed design if we can get to that point. So you can see that is layered into the budget in 2027 and 28, but we still have a lot of work to do to figure out what we're going to build. And lastly here, just on the summary slide. So the conveyance project's on budget. There's you'll notice when we present the budget for sewer that there's a revenue strategy increase where we're ramping up, steadily ramping up over the next 5 years, the cost of the service, so that we don't have and these are pretty significant increases, but it's so that we don't have a very significant increase in a future year. On climate crisis, we're hoping to expand the service to protect Bain Sound with the South Sewer project. Our upgrades recommended at the treatment plant and approved by the LWMP are going to create a higher quality wastewater, so that's great for the environment. And we're working to implement those SEEP initiatives to reduce emissions. We have a partnership with Comox First Nation on South Sewer, very important project for them. And this is truly a regional system, even though it serves mainly Courtney and Comox. The septage receiving abilities for the rural properties are very important for them to maintain their septic systems. And so that's it for sewer, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mark. Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mark. Well, what are the implications for our sewage treatment system of the events of the past weekend and that type of disaster?
Yeah, the biggest implication is on inflow and infiltration. So when there's a major rain event like that, both the groundwater levels are right at their maximum, so that contributes to infiltration. So any any small openings that there might be in collection systems, they'll just have added groundwater pressure that forces water into the collection system. But then the phenomenon of inflow also increases greatly during a peak event like that. So that's when water from roof leaders or from, if there's any storm sewers that are tied into sewer, directly flows into the sewer system. So we see these peak loading where our load at the treatment plant, our flow to the treatment plant is 4 times higher than a summertime flow. And so, you can imagine you're designing everything to handle 4 times what it would, normally be expected to handle. So the implications are that it creates, additional load, additional treatment costs, and additional capital costs to keep up with that.
All right, Director Grieve.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, that just triggered a question. With our new sewer mains, with the PVC pipes and that, would that more or less eliminate any infiltration because they're pretty tight, aren't they? So there would be probably upstream from that, say, that you're getting the problem, right? The older pipes.
Exactly. It is upstream. So the CVRD systems have very little inflow and infiltration because we receive the wastewater at a pump station, and then it's pumped under pressure to the treatment plant. So those systems they don't leak. It's the municipal collection systems where the inflow and infiltration happens, right? So those systems are gravity fed. Water's flowing from each home into those systems, but a lot of those pipes are buried below the water table. And as that water table increases, the pressure on the outside of those pipes increases and there's more water flowing into them. So when we talk about inflow and infiltration, it's a project, an initiative that we need to work very closely with the municipalities on, because that's how the inflow and infiltration happens. It occurs within the municipalities. And it's important that we work with them to determine, what are the best methods for dealing with this? How does the cost of those methods compare with adding more treatment infrastructure? So you'll see some reports coming up soon here that talk about those exact things. Like, how does the benefit of reducing I&I at the wastewater treatment plant compare with the cost of trying to, reduce the I&I in the municipal systems?
So we're very diplomatic in throwing it back at the municipalities. So it's probably the older neighborhoods, obviously, that are the worst offenders.
Yeah, it's just the way it is. And some communities, they run both systems. They run the collection system and they run their wastewater treatment plant. But here in the Comox Valley, we have a regional service that serves 2 communities, 2 municipalities. And so we need to share in this responsibility of trying to reduce I&I.
But is cost proportionate according to the inflow from?
It is, yeah. So there's some benefit to be gained that way, by a municipality by reducing their I&I.
Perfect.
But in addition to that, I think it should be, it's required to be a focus of the LWMP, and it should be a focus of ours to work with both of them to reduce.
Great, thanks, Mark. And I'll go to Director Brown.
Thanks. And thanks for this information. Not being part of the source of a service for the CVRD, I am new to this conversation. And so just following up on the last 2 questions, do we, as a region, track storm and sewer pipes that are still together and not separated? And do we have an estimate of how much of that infrastructure is still storm and sewer in one pipe and how much needs to be?
So it would be something that the municipalities track. So and although I don't have the information, I know that they do track it and they do, their stormwater systems are separate from their sewer system. So that's been policy that's been in place in both municipalities for a long time. They have separate stormwater and sewer systems by policy. But in practice, there's
There could be
likely to
old
be
one,
some
yeah.
interconnections because what we see at the wastewater treatment plant is during a rain event, there's an immediate spike in flow. So somehow the water is getting in there.
Yeah.
And I know that the municipalities have done smoke testing and other testing to try to find these places, but there still are some interconnections that must be there, but
Yeah.
not because they're allowed, but just because they pre-exist.
Okay, I just wondered if the region was tracking that along with the municipalities, but likely no.
No,
We don't double do that.
Yeah, we have excellent data on what happens at the treatment plant in terms of what's coming to us, but we're not tracking interconnections in the city and town. But I know that they are, like they have a focus on that.
All right, thanks, Mark. I'm not seeing anything further here, so perhaps we move on to the next, which will be ESC Electoral Areas Core Services.
Thank you.
Start with James.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to be introducing this this core service for the directors, and the regional district. It delivers local government. Actually, go to the next slide. Local government services to the electoral areas, and that is a huge range of different types of services, from street lighting to land use planning, fire protection, specifically islands-based services, parks, community hall supports, water distribution. And the electoral area directors themselves, they will advocate for those services with the RD and also with senior levels of government and with other stakeholders and rights holders. The key service outcomes noted for the electoral areas are on the screen there. I think they're fairly straightforward and self-explanatory. These come out of the strategic planning discussions the board has had over a couple of years. Next slide. So two key initiatives in particular are noted here on the slide. And the first one is that development of the septic regulation education program. We have undertaken some work towards a pilot program for septic rebates. This follows several study efforts into what the authorities would need to be able to undertake septic regulation, as well as some public engagement on the topic. And the EASC has determined to proceed with this pilot rebate program to try to prove some benefits from that work. As well, several years ago, there was a fire services review for the 5 or so fire departments. I'm sorry, I might have gotten that wrong. How many fire departments we have, but for the 5 or so fire departments in the rural areas, trying to find some efficiencies and identify some of the challenges that those fire departments are facing. The fire services review is a comprehensive body of work, and we are still working through the implementation of priorities from there. You'll see notation there of Fire Smart. That's an overlapping activity with the emergency services, which will be talked about a bit later on today. Next slide. So asset management, we've talked about asset management to a degree, and there's many services within the electoral areas that that will be a benefit or will stand to benefit from the work we're undertaking on asset management. A lot of the water distribution services have had some baseline asset management work undertaken, and a comprehensive rates review was done a couple of years ago. We're now moving on to condition assessments for those rural water distribution areas. Next slide. I read through these trends, challenges, and opportunities, and wanted to pick out just one or two to highlight. And I think they all are worth noting. I think one of the biggest challenges the rural directors are seeing is the pressures that are coming to the existing community halls. Those are often the lifeblood of a community and a real rallying point for residents in the areas. We don't own community halls for the most part. It's not something the CBRD has undertaken, with a couple of minor exceptions. But we are seeing some of the impacts of those community halls. Just they are facilities that are excuse me, like so many other facilities, they are aging and they're in need of some attention. And so the rural directors have identified that that's an important focus for the next little while. So we'll see some pressures on those services that support community halls, aging infrastructure, whether it's the CVRDs or, as you mentioned, community halls. That's always a concern. Our parks growth has outpaced department staff growth. So we've been fortunate to have received parks, sometimes through donations, sometimes through other means, but we've benefited from that parks growth. But with that comes a responsibility to manage those facilities and maintain those facilities. And so we're facing some challenges in a work planning sense to be able to deliver on all of those parks services. I mentioned the community halls previously. We do work with the community hall boards of directors. You'll hear a little bit more about that during the Electoral Area Services Committee meetings, not so much today, but we are working with the community halls and their boards as they try to keep those facilities providing such valuable service to the communities. And then the last bullet there, the annual grant program for arts and culture may need a review. There's been a fair bit of work over the last couple of years with the committees and board around the grant programs that the CVRD has. And I think there's still some improvements to be made there. So I think one of the outcomes of being more transparent and more open with our grant programs is that there's more awareness on those grant programs now, and subsequently there's a greater demand from community for grant funding. And so we'll be working with the Electoral Area Services Committee to continue to refine that approach and be able to maybe provide more information to the public around those granting opportunities. From the expenses side, this is a roll-up of all, how many services are in the electoral areas? 40, 50? Good number. 2019, no, we've got about 40 or 50 services, I think, that fall down to the Electoral Area Services Committee, and this is the roll-up of all those in terms of expenses. And then the next slide shows the revenues. High proportion of those revenues are coming from taxation, which is not surprising, given the nature of the local government services that we're delivering. And to summarize, the board's strategic drivers are named here, and not surprisingly, they are all noted for various interests, I guess, through the various electoral area services.
Mr. Chair. Right, so we'll go to Director Reid.
Thanks very much. Just as a background, the electoral areas, we have a liquid waste management service, but unfortunately it doesn't actually handle septic systems. Liquid waste is more along the lines of rainwater management. There is a regional district in Capital where they actually have taken in septic system maintenance and inspection as part of the as a service, but it takes the approval of the provincial government to allow you to do that. So hence we've got a situation where we can see where right now it's exorbitantly expensive to put in a proper public sewer system. In fact, I would say nearly totally prohibitive. So we're landing back on-site private systems, and we did have an initiative to take that to the public to see if we get some buy-in from the public to go to the province and see if we can make it a proper service. But of course, you know, when you ask people, do you want to spend more money? The answer is pretty predictable. And it was, you know, you guys are just, this is overreach, you know, you shouldn't be doing this. And well, you know, it's not my septic system, it's the neighbor's septic system, et cetera, et cetera. So here we are with a situation, well, like Union Bay now, I guess, where it looks like it's in Saratoga Beach, it looks like it's going to be private systems. So came up with the idea, well, why don't we do rather than using a stick, use a carrot and do some kind of a rebate program. So when people get their tanks pumped, they get they can bring their bill in and have 50% of it or something like that paid by the service. But the service doesn't even allow for that. So luckily, our ingenious staff said, well, let's make it a pilot project. Pilot projects are great. You don't have to have an end date. So that's what we're proceeding with now. So hopefully people will come to realize that, yeah, if you're going to be stuck with a 60-year-old system, you're going to have to spend some money and upgrade it. You're going to have to make sure you maintain it. You're going to have to make sure you have it pumped regularly, all that kind of stuff. So, but the only way we can make it official would be to change the bylaw, and according to staff, we cannot do that. We'd have to go for a referendum and do a different term of reference or something on it. So whether or not we want to go there, I guess but just for education, it is a serious business. I noticed it wasn't mentioned on the environmental side there, but it's huge. When you consider how much ends up in Bain Sound and how much ends up in the Straits of Georgia. So, when we come in the future to ask for, the sewer commission to ask to see if we can get some kind of a bylaw that says when you have your system pumped and you bring it to the Curtis Road facility, you have to prove it's an inspected system or it's something like that. So we're coming up with some kind of strange ideas to get around it. But it is a serious issue in the electoral areas. We have to deal with sewer. It's more and more looks like it's going to be a private solution. So I ask for the board's support in the future when we come hat in hand and ask for some help on this. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Director Grieve, and I'll go to Director Hardy then.
Thanks, Sharon, and thanks for the presentation, James. With regards to infrastructure, and I'm sure Director Arbor can probably speak to it way better than I can, but a big concern with regards to rural infrastructure revolves around water. And I know when we start looking at instances over on Denman and Hornby Island, Union Bay as well, water infrastructure and what people are having to pay with regards to tax requisitions for water in their communities is getting to a stage where folks are down the road probably going to have to walk away from their homes because they just can't afford to cover the cost of the infrastructure to get water to their homes. So I just thought I would just add a little bit more to the point that the CAO had put forward with regards to concerns about infrastructure, aging infrastructure. In this particular instance, like I said, when we look at Hornby and Denman and their infrastructure that have in place for water right now, and their replacement costs to get them up to what's required by the province it's very concerning. Also, another item with regards to parks, etc. And I've heard it from a number of different organizations that do volunteer work for all the various rural parks that we have within the Comox Valley is the cost of insurance. And when we start looking at the amount of parks that we have in the Comox Valley, especially in the rural areas, and the cost of liability insurance, is there a means for us to be able to maybe look at some type of a group program where, it's not so expensive for some of these small parks that are existing right now. So it's just an item and an issue that's been brought to my attention is again the cost of liability insurance for all the parks here in the Comox Valley, and how do we go about addressing that issue? Thanks.
Thank you. If I can, like the second point there, Director Hardy, on the cost of insurance for parks, any of the CVRD's parks and the ABC services are certainly covered under our insurance policy through the Municipal Insurance Association. We have a blanket policy for all of our activities. So those individual parcels certainly are being protected in that sense. That's not to say that the cost of insurance is not increasing and rising, and it is a substantive line item, but we do have that coverage.
All right, looking to see if there's any other questions. And there's no action required here, so I think we'll be moving on to the next section, which is the Regional Sustainability Core Service. And I'll pass it over to our CAO to introduce.
If we can just rewind, that's an
Yeah,
old,
Director Greaves, yeah.
just rewind a little bit. I think maybe what Director Hardy was alluding to as well is some of these community halls that supply a lot of the playground parks, along with SC71. SC71, of course, is covered. But I know that the community halls, as you say, they're facing challenges for their boards. They're having a hard time getting people to step up. Volunteerism is not what it used to be, to say the least. Is there any way, and I think we've talked about this, but maybe the CAO can explain why we can't somehow, even though we don't own the facilities, any way we can get them under the MIA umbrella?
Sorry if I missed that question earlier. Yeah, we do provide some grant opportunities to the community halls to support their ongoing operational requirements. In terms of broadening out the MIA insurance umbrella, if you will, MIA certainly they've got very clear obligations that their partners and their clients would need to have. Looking at probably Kelly or Lucy around some of the detail of those obligations. My understanding is they're going to want the clients or ourselves to have very clear processes, protocols, documentation to be able to have those insurance umbrellas extend over to other third parties, if it's even possible. Yeah.
I think the only thing that I would add is questions come up in the past, and we have reached out to MIA about whether there's anything that we can do to help facilitate it, and nothing has come from it. And so what's happening is that it is contributing for the community halls as a higher cost to operations, and it's part and parcel of us also increasing grants to them. So part of the increases in requests that you're seeing coming forward from these community partners is associated with increase in insurance, and we have been increasing grants, and you'll see that more in detail as we go through those particular services next week with EASC. But I don't think there's anything that we can do to help bring their insurance costs down. But we'll take it away again, and if something comes up, we'll leave it back in Karen's court, and if something can come from us helping to advocate for that, we'll certainly put it out there.
Thanks for those additional comments, Lucy. And with that, we'll move on to the Regional Sustainability Service, and that's James to make the introductions.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Alana Malali is our General Manager of Planning and Development Services. Alana will be introducing the Regional Sustainability as a core service, and then there's several individual service budgets that we'll move into from there. Alana.
Great. Thank you, James. And through the chair, that's exactly right, James. Regional sustainability as a core service comprises 5 of your regional services. And these are our 2 housing services, the Regional Growth Strategy Service, the Regional Parks and Trails Service, and our tourism service. And Robin Holm and Lisa Kilpatrick are here to help me along to present those individual budgets in a moment. Together, these 5 services enable you to advance your strategic priorities in ways that have the potential to directly benefit Comox Valley residents. Within the context of this core service, there is broad opportunity for data collection, monitoring, and reporting, and coordinated action to support collaborative decision-making, new partnerships, public awareness, and education. In the case of the Housing and Land Acquisition Service and the Regional Park Service, strategic and coordinated land acquisition and management are enabled. So this slide shows you the key service outcomes that you identified, through your strategic planning back in 2023, and you reaffirmed most recently of June of 2025. And within each of the upcoming service budgets, we'll speak to how these service outcomes have been incorporated into the development of the proposed or ongoing service initiatives. As you know, there is a considerable volume of work underway within each of the services that comprise this overall core service. And the initiatives listed on this slide are those that emerge directly from your strategic planning work. Just very briefly, the RGS minor amendment, this is on track. A public hearing is scheduled for February the 17th. And just as a reminder, this amendment does not alter your land use designations or your growth management framework. This is a very, very minor in staff's estimation. The regional park strategy, as you know, has been adopted, and work is now underway on your land acquisition strategy. As Jake spoke to earlier this morning, or pardon me, earlier today, the establishment of the Comox Valley Housing Corporation to advance your interest in taking direct action to make a dent in non-market housing in our community is nearing completion. And last week, on January 27th, you approved the Regional Climate Action Strategy. And so we've got some activities that will be referenced in the upcoming budget presentation to talk to you about how we propose to get going on implementation in 2026. And then finally, the tourism strategy was adopted by you in December. So tick, tick, tick. At this stage, only services, pardon me, the only two services that have the ability to acquire assets are the regional housing, what are we calling it? The homelessness and support service and the tourism service. And for 2026, there are no major energy or emissions activities proposed at the visitor center under the tourism service. Overall, I guess I'm an optimistic person, so I've really only identified an opportunity here. And I would just suggest to you that overall, this is the core service within which we can really work collaboratively with our member municipalities on environmental, social, and our community local economic development matters. There are challenges, many of which you've heard about today. Certainly, I don't want to underestimate the role that inflationary pressure is putting on our community. It is a key trend across our budgets this year and into the immediate future. Certainly managing increases while finding a path to deliver on your strategic priorities is a top priority and a top focus for staff. And you will see this described in each of the upcoming budget presentations. Your expenses, as you might imagine, the largest segment of expense here are contributions to reserve to undertake the work of the services as set by you. And this is particularly important in respect to land acquisition interests. You might have noted earlier today, Lucy commented that this is a sort of a shifting policy framework that we'll be working through to see how we can rely less and less on these reserve balances to offset requisitions. So finance staff, of course, is doing some good work in that vein. And that's why you see this bit of a taper over the five-year plan on this segment, just as a matter of financial planning policy. Personnel costs, as you might expect, are the second largest expense within this core service. But the proposed financial plan provides a consistent investment accounting for some potential measured increases through collective bargaining, for example. And there are no major personnel changes proposed within the course of this five-year plan for these core services. We will talk about an exception when Robin speaks momentarily. And when Jake was speaking, he of course mentioned the Housing Corporation and what you might expect to see in the coming years for that staffing. One thing that I will note, and Robin will mention this, presently we do not have any staff allocated to the homelessness and support service. And so we are proposing this year to assign 0.25 of the existing social planning coordinator, proposing to shift it from the regional growth strategy service to the 451 service. So we can speak to that a little bit later, but that is one to flag. And then we do suggest that we could benefit from an additional resource in the regional growth strategy in 2027. Lastly, on this slide, you'll note the third largest in the light blue. This is the expense, the grants to other organizations. And you'll note that this is the service that, this core service includes our homelessness support service, which sends money directly out to nonprofits in our organization who are working to serve the unhoused. On to revenue. The biggest source of revenue within this core service is tax requisition. There is significant opportunity within both the RGS and housing services for grant funding, and certainly within the regional park service for funding related to partnerships, future partnerships. As you know, staff is committed to achieving fiscal responsibility, and we seek out non-tax requisition funding wherever possible to achieve your strategic priorities and direction. And then finally, we apply your strategic drivers both comprehensively and specifically to each initiative. And within each of the service budgets, we'll just describe these specifics and invite your questions. Thank you.
All right, looking around for questions, we'll go to Director Hillian first.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Alana. I wonder if, in general, when we take on a new staff position, it wouldn't be a good idea to, after a period of time, have some sort of reporting back on how that position may have made a difference. And that it occurs to me that the social planner position is one where that might be particularly applicable, particularly since you talked about making some changes into where it's assigned. But I think it would be useful to get some sense of what that position is actually taking on and what difference it may be making as opposed to if we didn't have it. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, and I think that's in certain positions and for certain cases, I think that would make some sense, and we'd be able to report in a way that provides you sort of an effectiveness rating, or at least a description on the work undertaken and how that is making a difference. I think in other cases for other positions, it may be more about workload perhaps, so it might be less relevant in certain positions. I'd like to think about how to present that as well, because really we're talking about service delivery and service delivery outcomes, and we're part of a team also here. So delivering on any particular service, it's not always just one person. So we do want to be mindful of that. But if it would help to provide some of that rationale for why positions are needed and how effective they are, that we can certainly take a look at that.
Thanks. Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I guess it seems to me particularly relevant with the social planning position, given that that's a position that was to a certain extent coveted by some for many years and eventually attained. And I think there are times when it comes up where issues emerge and we think, well, maybe that's what the social planner would be doing, but maybe staff have a slightly different approach, and so I think that's where it would be helpful. Thanks.
All right, and any other questions around the table or online? All right, seeing none, next will be 450, which we already addressed earlier. Is this the time for an update on that, or would you prefer to go later?
I understand are we ready to come back with 450? I think there may be an updated PowerPoint to that effect, but if we're not quite ready, then maybe we move on to 451. We've our budget for timing is being expended rather quickly here. So do you want to go now or later on in the agenda? Later.
Later.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go to 451 at this point then. Great, thanks.
So Lisa Kilpatrick is our Community Development and Resilience Manager, and Lisa will be presenting on 451, the Homelessness Support Service.
Okay, perfect. Well, through the chair to the directors, we're here to talk about the 450 Homelessness Support Service. There we go. 451. All right. So the purpose of this service is to provide funds to one or more local non-government organizations based on a board-approved 5-year action plan to address homelessness in the Comox Valley. So the participants are Courtenay, Cumberland, defined portion of electoral A, being Sound, and electoral areas B and C. We don't have any, at this time, any proposed changes to the service in 2026. And in 2025, we had a busy year, obviously, with the AAP being completed, and we saw a maximum requisition increase to support this service. We continued extensive engagement process to develop the Comox Valley Homelessness Needs Assessment and Community Plan. And we also received a Plan H grant approved for the collaborative project that we are in with the Indigenous Women's Sharing Society. This project will develop peer-informed pilot policies to ensure a more coordinated and culturally informed response to homelessness and housing needs in the region that can be implemented by organizations and local government in the future. The ultimate goal of this project is to ensure that the actions on homelessness are culturally safe and informed by peers. We also saw more support for the temporary winter shelter at 971 Cumberland Avenue, and that shelter is currently open until April 15th of this year, and the funding will support that shelter to be open again next year. The HSS application process, we launched that in December. We have that closed in January, and we received 9 applications and are working on the adjudication process and recommendations to come to the board in March. 2 key strategic priorities and initiatives for this service is the completion of the community homelessness plan in 2026. We are moving into further engagement with the community. Actually, next week is a significant meeting where we'll come together to determine the next steps for the draft plan and associated actions in finalizing the plan. And then for the HSS grant intake, we will have another intake in the fall of 2026, as well as the adjudication, with the hopes of those funds being allocated in the 2026 fiscal year. So trends and challenges and opportunities for this service. As Alana mentioned, we are requesting that the board consider allocating staff resources to this service, as this service has required significant staff time, and we haven't had any staff allocation up to this point. The coalition as well is continuing in a transitional phase, and staff have been meeting with the leadership team to support them in their processes as they determine the future direction of the coalition, and working with them to support the HSS application process and adjudication for 2025 funding. A key opportunity for this service as well is engaging people with living experience in the work that we're doing. The project with Indigenous Women's Sharing Society will support this direction in the development of pilot policies and procedures as we move forward with the community homelessness plan implementation. And so again, this is the allocation of 0.25 of the social planning coordinator to reflect the work that staff are currently doing within this service. And that would be a move from 0.25 from the regional growth strategy service. So I think the key piece here is just wanted to point out that we are starting to really look at ensuring that we're building a budget for honorary into the work that we're doing in our community development services. So we've identified 10,000 here, really making sure that there is a importance placed on the honoraria for people with living experience to share their knowledge, the time that they take to provide input into processes. And it's also a part of CVRD's drive and commitment to accessibility, diversity, equity, and inclusion. The revenue here stays the same. And the funding sources just looking to relatively remain the same over the coming years, given that we are at maximum requisition. And then the projections to 2030, again, as we are at maximum requisition, relatively stay the same with the addition of the personnel cost. Future expenditure. I think we probably, because we're at zero-based budgeting, we're showing an increase into the reserve there. However, that will likely be allocated as we identify projects arising from the homelessness support service moving into 2027 and beyond. And then just a summary of the drivers and the importance of the community homelessness assessment and community plan to determine certainly the future priorities for the HSS granting and other areas that we can support community organizations in their efforts to reduce and hopefully ensure that everyone has a home. And so we're recommending that the proposed 2026-2030 financial plan for the service be approved.
Great, thanks very much, Lisa. I'm just looking around the room for any questions at this point. Director Moran, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious, out of the allocation for the HSS applications, is there additional funding that is augmenting the coordination services with the coalition as well? Or I'm sorry, I'm going back to the numbers here. So the grants to other orgs, is that to the coalition or?
So the grants to the orgs are the HSS grants in particular. Right now, under contract and general services is where we have earmarked 55,000 to support the coalition with the coordination services that they provide.
So that's included in that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
All right, yeah, we're on the recommendation that's been moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Any further questions, comments? Anyone opposed to the recommendation? All right, and that carries, and we'll now move on to Service 5.2, the RGS. I'll start with James.
Thank you. And I believe Robin will be introducing the RGS budget. Robin, over to you.
Through the CAO to the chair and the directors, this presentation outlines the proposed 2026-2030 financial plan for Service 512, the regional growth strategy within the Regional Sustainability Core Service. Service 512 supports long-range, regional scale planning and coordination with a focus on growth management, climate action, and implementation of board priorities. I'll briefly highlight 2025 accomplishments, the key trends and challenges we're responding to, the 2026 work program, and then walk through the budget highlights and projections. 2025 was a significant year for advancing regional climate and growth-related work with a focus on strategy development, implementation, and ongoing program delivery. Major accomplishments include the finalization of the Regional Climate Action Strategy and an update to the community-wide GHG emissions inventory for the 2023 reporting year. Staff have supported and coordinated quarterly local government climate action working group meetings, strengthening alignment across jurisdictions, and the ongoing administration of the Wood Smoke Reduction Program. On the regional growth strategy, a minor amendment was brought forward for first reading in December of 2025. And staff have supported municipalities' OCP and zoning bylaw referrals by coordinating CBRD departmental feedback in response to the Bill 44 updates. The service continues to operate in a rapidly changing environment, particularly with the shifts in senior government mandates and priorities like the loss of climate programs and funding. Proactive planning costs including consulting fees, are increasingly resource intensive, especially as the expectations for analysis, engagement, and coordination continue to grow. Implementation for Bill 44 is a major and ongoing driver of work, requiring coordination around servicing and the settlement expansion areas. These challenges also present opportunities for stronger regional collaboration and coordination, which is a core role for this service. Strategic priorities remain focused on the implementation in the key areas of climate action, resilient planning, and shared tools and guidance and data like the RGS Performance Monitoring Dashboard and the Local Government Climate Action Working Group. Depending on the availability of municipal staff, we would like to reactivate the Housing Action Plan work, and we see this as an opportunity to coordinate efforts and ensure that we have regional enabling policy. And with the Housing Authority establishment nearly complete, an unknown in the action plan is now addressed. CVRD is continuing to work with the Poverty Reduction Table, now called Thriving Together, on the Data Walk project and the final report. In 2026, staff will focus on the implementation of the climate action strategy that was just before the board, beginning with the development of a disaster risk reduction assessment to meet the new Emergency Disaster Management Act requirements. Bill 44 implementation remains a significant work item alongside ongoing RGS program delivery, monitoring, and evaluation. The wood smoke reduction program and local government climate action work continue as initiatives. This service is delivered through existing long-range planning and sustainability staff. In 2026, we are proposing that the social planning coordinator's allocation to this service be reduced by 25%, and we are proposing that this 25% be allocated to the Homelessness Support Service 451. And as well, in 2027, we are proposing that a 0.5 full FTE senior long-range planner it will be put in the 2027 budget to support the in-house capacity for to address implementation, coordination, and complex work requirements. In this proposed budget, you will see a decrease in the contract and general services as some projects in the 2025 budget have not been carried forward at this time. It will be included in the recommended budget. Revenue sources include tax requisition and program-specific grants. Grant funding for 2026 is tied primarily to the wood smoke reduction program. And we don't have a final figure for the prior year surplus at this proposed stage, so we're relying on a transfer of reserve to temper the tax requisition increase. Service 512 is funded primarily through tax requisition, supplemented by targeted grant funding. And here are the projections for the budget years 2 to 5. This slide shows the projected use of the future expenditure reserve, and as mentioned, we are bringing in a sizable amount from the reserve to keep tax requisition as consistent as possible. And in summary, this budget advances the board's strategic drivers by focusing on climate action, leveraging external funding and partnerships, delivering multiple benefits, and strengthening the long-term regional collaboration. So finally, staff recommend that the board approve the 2026-2030 budget for Service 512 as presented, and staff are available to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thanks, Robin. Looking around the room to see if there's any initial questions. Director Grieve.
So it went by pretty quick there. What is the total revenue this year? Is it 648? Is that right? That's going into the service? That's 27 again. There you go. So that's so 828, 138. Out of that, 636,000 is personnel. Eight 28, 138, yeah. So it definitely eats up a lot of hours.
Okay. Right through the chair. Can I just clarify the question, Director Grieve? Was your first question, how much was the taxation revenue that we were bringing in? So if you go back one slide, Robin, or one slide forward, I guess, or one, so sorry, thank you. So for 2026, $650,000 in taxation to fund the requirements of this service in this proposed. That's $40,000 more than the year before. Fairly directly related to a new service increase here is the wood stove exchange program. So it's partly related to that. And secondly, is your question about when we go to expenditures, what, yes, there's still, if you want to go forward or back one slide for me, sorry, back one slide from an expenditure perspective and one more forward. Your second question is about staffing, personnel costs and the portion that's related. And yeah, you can see that here in this slide, how in total, there's about $828,000 worth of financial resources needed.
Did you have a follow-up on that?
No, it's just interesting. It's definitely eats up a lot of staff time.
All right, then we'll take it to Director Moran, unless anyone wants to respond further to that. Director Moran.
Great, thanks, Chair. Well, I guess the board keeps adding work as well, so I guess when you add another component to the service, you have to staff it. I guess I just want to it's going related back a little bit to Director Hillian's question around the social planner position. So it sounds like the social planner position is kind of shared between some services, because I see that 0.25 is moving. And so was the social planner position working on the poverty reduction piece, and now that's coming to completion, and there's a suggestion to move it over to HSS to help with that? And then there will be there's a request for a planner in, I think, 2027. So I'm just sort of trying to clarify, are we, that planning position, I guess, is still a little bit of an enigma.
Through the chair to the directors. I think it was 3 years ago that this board created the social planning coordinator position, and you directed us to fund it entirely from the regional growth strategy service. So from 512 that Robin has just presented on. Jumping to the work that our staff person does in support of the service Lisa was just talking about 451, we've never had an allocation of staff to that service. And so a couple of times we've come back to you and said, you might want to look at this. And so this is us doing that again, essentially, just flagging that there is a significant workload within 451 for a no staff kind of service. And so our suggestion to you is that the position description, the job description, as well as the person, the incumbent, the person that we have in place is very well suited to do the work within the homelessness service. And she has been doing much of that, supporting Lisa in that work. As far as other use of the social planning coordinator, the report that was brought to you last week in support of the transit item, the access programs that we were talking about, the social planning coordinator did all of the legwork within community to understand what would the organizations be seeking, what would work, those kinds of things. The poverty reduction table that's come up, that is a key part of the work. So implementing the poverty reduction strategy, which was one of your strategic initiatives that you identified back in 2023. What else? The community health, the community health network work. So this year, as you know, we've got a contract with the Social Planning Society to administer that work. But to date, that is also a significant spot where that person is spending time. Lisa can dig into all of these things. So I guess what we're just saying is 451, we think it needs a resource, and we think this is the resource that you could consider reasonably to add to it.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely not questioning the justification for the position or anything like that. I'm just it sounds like it does overlap. The work overlaps several departments, and I think that's why it's sometimes hard to get our head around it. So this new position, the long range planner, will there be a social planning component to that, or will that doing other work? I'm just sort of getting clear, what the work is for the new position.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair to the directors. The new position that we're proposing for 2027 is proposed to be split between 512 regional growth strategy and 503 our electoral area planning service. We just have extensive planning needs of a technical nature. I would suggest more in like official community plan for the rural areas. We need to get going on that, get that updated. If the board does initiate a regional growth strategy standard review potentially in 2027, that would be another key piece. So I wouldn't suggest there'd be a direct correlation between the work that the social planning coordinator is presently doing. If the concern is that the social planning coordinator will be doing less, I don't think that's the case.
No,
Just because of that
I'm
board.
actually more concerned that the social planner, like, there's a lot of pieces,
Mhm.
and that, yeah, if that 0.25 shifts over to 451, which is necessary, then, yeah, I'm just sort of, with all the social service, social infrastructure pieces that have been added out of necessity, yeah, just how that kind of plays out. But I think I've got enough clarification for now, but thank you.
All right, and Director Brown.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow up to clarify. So, being that it is somewhat likely that a regional growth strategy review does happen in 2027 or 2028, are you saying that that 2.7 will cover that, or will we then need to add, or that'll be covered by contractors potentially?
Through the chair to the directors, I think we're just trying to be anticipatory.
Yeah.
With that group of folks who work on long range, they're stretched right now. And we anticipate that something like a regional growth strategy review, just looking at our last experience, how very resource intensive it was, we suggest that we could benefit from that additional resource. And similarly, in the electoral areas for an OCP review. Robin mentioned what we're finding with the consulting. It is getting very, very expensive and is very resource intensive from a personnel perspective.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of work. You'll know this with your municipal staff as well. They're probably sharing similar feedback with you. So I'm not sure how much we'll
Yeah.
send out, probably very distinct pieces. But on the planning side, we would prefer to do that in-house.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that that we're staffing sufficiently in case that happens.
Great, thanks. And Director Arbor.
Oh yeah, you can hear me? Okay. Yes, thank you for the presentations. This is almost the only set that I was struggling with as I was looking at especially the 5-year financial plan, because I forget the exact number, but globally it was almost like a 40 or 50% increase to the budget for planning over that horizon, and I was trying to parcel out where that was coming from in the financial plan. And I mean, you're breaking down between different initiatives today, so I'm trying to follow where the bulk of it is coming from, and if it's solely like that 2.7 or not. I guess, sorry, I'm not quite lost, but almost. My main concern was that I was just looking at that bottom number over the 5-year plan, which I imagine would be spread. Maybe my question would be, is some of this spread between EA services under planning, and are some regional, and what's the part and parcel of that growth? I do struggle with that big of an increase to the department over the 5-year horizon.
Sorry, maybe just looking for a bit of clarity, Director Arbor. This is the 512 budget. So on the slide, for example, that's the years 2 through 5 for that particular service.
Yeah.
And I know there was mention of long range planning and the electoral areas planning function because of a similar body of work, but that's all contained within function 500. This is really about
right. I'm assigning that to the wrong number. It's just because the presentations are all intertwined, and I had looked at the top number. I'll go back to, maybe I'll come back on the mic later. I'll revisit, but I made a note on that item last time, and so my apologies. That's if I'm missing the mark.
So I think the one takeaway certainly is that there is similar types of work in different departments, different services, and we're finding the most efficient way to deliver that without having individual resources assigned to individual departments. We're trying to make sure that we're maximizing those opportunities. And that's maybe where some of the confusion comes in, and that we're talking about multiple services here.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I'll get off the mic and redo my own work a little bit, and maybe I'll come back in at a different item.
If it's helpful through the chair, and maybe Director Arbor, this is what you're seeing as we go from 2026 and then to 2027, you're likely noticing the increase there. In 2026, we have brought in dollars from reserve in order to help with, in order to help keep those costs down. So it's one of those places where, and clearly by you seeing this in the proposed budget, we're feeling okay with the dollars that are in there in reserve. So we're using them to offset the costs. Of course, that doesn't make the expenses go away. But that's part of the reason why there is a jump from 2026 to 2027. And that we're just wondering whether that's where your question is stemming from as well.
I now see my question was specific to the general 500. And that was showing currently at 603 and was moving to 900,000 in 3 years from now. So I'm on the wrong item, I think.
Okay, sorry. Yep.
All right, I don't see any further questions, and if I'm correct, I believe the final slide for this was a recommendation. If we could just jump forward to that.
Pardon me, yes, please. Recommend to approve
Okay.
the budget after all that, yes.
Okay, moved and seconded. Thank you. Any further commentary, questions? Anyone opposed? And that carries. And we move now on to the Comox Valley Tourism Service 550.
Thank you, through the chair to the directors. I actually feel like we've done a lot of talking around tourism in the last little while, and I'll try not to steal too much thunder because we're back around seeing you next week. We're coming to the board and we're going to be at the councils next week. So let's just focus on budget today. So the Comox Valley Tourism Service. So the purpose, we've changed the purpose. You did that recently, and the purpose is now to provide destination management, development and marketing and visitor services for the Comox Valley, including through the formation of partnerships and community organizations and service providers. So all the areas, with the exception of the islands and Town of Comox, participate in the service. Town of Comox participates through a service agreement. We don't have any proposed changes to the service in 2026. We've done enough of that, hopefully, for now. And accomplishments. So thank you to you for approving the tourism strategy in December, as well as the bylaw change. In December or November, you also supported us to move forward on initiating the regional MRDT application process. And that's to increase revenues to the service to support the actions in the strategy that was approved, and also to increase affordable housing funding to affordable housing initiatives. The board also approved funding to undertake a business planning process for the visitor center facility and property. As we move into strategies and priorities for this year, really, we are beginning the implementation of the strategy. In addition to the change purpose and the regional MRDT application process, we are planning to review the governance structure and makeup of the Tourism Advisory Committee and identifying project collaborations with our other organizations. As I mentioned, we're going to be bringing in an MRDT update to you next week. And we're also in the process of seeking expressions of interest from a consultant to do the visitor center business case and revenue options analysis, with hope to come back to the board in early spring. As we look at the trends and challenges and opportunities, we've been working with 4VI since 2021 and have been able to extend the contract to allow for the strategic planning process to unfold. With these processes coming to completion as we moved into 2027, we will need to follow our procurement policy, initiate a request for proposal for a multi-year contract to identify a consulting body to continue with the delivery of the tourism services. An exciting aspect and point for 2026 is by the end of this year, the visitor center mortgage will be paid in full. And at the same time, we are also looking at the town of Comox. Their 5-year fee-for-service agreement does end in December 2026. And so we've started the conversation around that. Human resources, nothing's changed here. As far as expenses go, one of the key pieces that we have this year is that we do have a 5-year commitment for security system up at the visitor center, and that that contract resets in May, and that's why we see an increase of 6.5 thousand there. With our heat pump, we have seen a decrease in hydro costs, so we are decreasing that amount. However, we have seen an increase in sewage costs, so we are anticipating an increase in that area of the budget. One thing that I will say is that I just want to point out here is that in the supplementary information in the brief, we did include what we call the consolidated budget. So it's important to note that the overall revenues and expenses in the service are when brought together with the MRDT, DBC, we are looking at a significant overall budget for the service currently. And in terms of the CVRD, this tourism service budget of 360,000, it's approximately 35.5% of the consolidated budget amount. The budget for 2026 for the full activity of the Experience Comox Valley is just over $1 million. In terms of revenue, we are projecting a similar revenue from last year. This doesn't include, again, the MRDT and the DBC grants and other grants that flow through our contractor. And the funding sources here, relatively same. What I will say is that as we project into the future, there are a few anticipated changes that we'll be seeing here. One is if we are successful with the regional MRDT, CVRD will become the designated recipient, and we'll start to see those funds flow through the CVRD. So those amounts will change in terms of funding sources. And the hope is that if the original MRDT does go through, we will be able to see a decrease in some of the revenue required from taxation. And again, here on the operating budget, these numbers will change if we do see a change to the MRDT. And then as well, right now we are projecting that Comox will remain in the service. And but again, we are in conversation with the town of Comox on that. Reserves here, we have, I think, a healthy expenditure reserve. We are not forecasting to have any significant contribution into that space. However, the capital reserve amount here, we are projecting to take the equivalent, roughly equivalent mortgage payment, and then move that into a contribution to reserve. So it'll be a fairly net zero difference there to ensure that we have a healthy capital reserve for that facility. And then just in summary, under the fiscal responsibility, as I mentioned, we are in the process of seeking a consultant to do the business planning, and really that will, the aim for that piece of work is to drive revenue and increase revenue into that service for that facility, to take off the facility of the burden of the facility on participants. And certainly with the new tourism strategy, we have many actions in there to support climate action, community partnerships, working with Comox First Nation. And right now, we are working with iHoss Gallery to complete the establishment of a satellite gallery up at the visitor center, and we'll be sending out an invitation to that gallery opening for, I believe it's February 26th. So we'll get a save the date out to you soon here. And I think just moving on to the recommendation to propose the 2026-2030 financial plan for the service 550 Comox Valley Tourism.
Great, thanks, Lisa. And I'll go to Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. And I'm sure it's probably already been contemplated, but I'm going to ask the question anyways. Regarding some costs that we looked at earlier with regards to 451 and the full-time staff of 0.25, I am just wondering through the revenues that get generated through MRDT through Service 550, if some of the revenues that were generated through MRDT could offset some of those costs of that 0.25 full-time employment person under Service 451.
Yeah, Lisa, if you want to, I think like to maybe understand a bit more on the regional MRDT and the revenues that come from that service, and then, or that program, I guess, and then some of the expenditures associated with it. And perhaps part of the connection there is around the some affordable housing contributions that could come through the regional MRDT. I imagine that's part of the connection there to 451, Director Hardy.
Yeah, well, again, like I said, I think it was identified earlier either under 451 or 450, whichever one it was. But there was a need or a recognition of 0.25 full-time employment costs from the CBRD. And again, I recognize that cost. And how do we, I guess the question I'm asking is that cost, can it be offset or covered through Service 550 through the MRDT collection of revenues?
Yeah, so certainly as we look forward to the budgets for 2027 and beyond, there's a few considerations. One is what the contract will look like in terms of the contracting portion of the tourism service as we do right now out to a consultant, and within that contemplating how we service our costs. Which can definitely, the MRDT can be used for that. As we look at the structuring the budget, potentially to minimize the burden on participants, we also need to consider how much we need to see come in, be paid by the service in order to leverage other funds. So if we aim for an MRDT to look at a zero contribution for participants, that diminishes our opportunity to leverage dollars that the participants are actually committing to the service for other funding such as DBC. So the reason why we receive, we're receiving 140,000 right now a year from DBC. The reason why we receive such a large contribution is because of the contribution of the participants into the service. So that 360 is leveraged an additional $140,000 into the service. So we really need to see what that balance is going to be as we move forward. Definitely the intent of regionalization of the MRDT has always been to support the decrease of cost to participants.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Seeing no further questions or comments, there's a recommendation there. Director Hellion.
Sorry, Chair, to be a bit late. Yeah, I just wanted to ask if a commitment is being made to Comox regarding the iHost Gallery opening a division at the visitor center. Does that mean that we've basically determined the future direction of the visitor center and on a global basis?
That's a great question. So with working with the iHouse Gallery manager, we've been very transparent in the fact that we are looking to see what the future could be for the space. It was seen as an opportunity, sort of they've been working on it for a while, and some of the displays have been there since the fall, and so it just seemed like an opportunity to bring people together and finalization. And there's a few other pieces that have been added, so it's really a recognition too of the partnership that we have there, and the willingness to work together.
See, I wasn't sure if I saw you trying to catch my eye, but you're good with that. Yeah, okay. All right, so the recommendation, if anyone cares to move it. All right, thank you very much. Any further comment? Anyone opposed? And that carries. Thanks very much. And we move on now to Transit Comox Valley, Board of Transportation and Core Service. And I'll pass this over to our CAO.
Thank you, Chair. And Alana Mullally will again be presenting this core service, this time for transportation transit. Great. Thanks, Alana.
Thank you, James, and through the chair. So this was established as a core service, initiating with your strategic planning work in 2022, 23, and 24. In 2025, however, you gave us direction not to proceed with an amendment to the transit service that would have consolidated some of the transportation action items. So transportation implementation initiatives are actioned variously through 3 services. So sort of what I was describing before, we take a little bit from here and staff from here. And really those actions are happening through the electoral areas planning service, the regional growth strategy service, and the transit service. And I'll just leave the mic for a moment to reclaim the clicker. Thank you. The key focus areas for transportation include improved mobility options for residents, reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, and providing convenient, affordable, safe alternatives to private automobiles within our community. The transit system, in partnership with BC Transit, forms the vast component of the CBRD's approach to regional transportation. And as I noted, it is through 512 regional growth strategy that you just heard about, both 2 of our electoral area planning services, 500 and 503, and this service 780 transit that we action your priorities. This slide shows the key service outcomes that you set in strategic planning back in 23 and 24, and you reaffirmed again in June of 25. Within the upcoming transit service budget presentation that Mike Zabarski will offer, we will describe how these key service outcomes have been incorporated in the development of the proposed financial plan and our ongoing service initiatives. Key initiatives were identified previously, as I said, through your strategic planning sessions and comprise part of the body of work that is undertaken by staff. Here, maybe I've departed from my optimism and I have fleshed out some of the trends or challenges that we're seeing relative to opportunities. Certainly on the trends side, we are seeing an interest and a demand. Oh, this is the old PowerPoint, Kelly. So that's okay. I'm going to keep talking, but you know, my voice, the slides, 2 different things, but the numbers in here will be the same. So trends that we are seeing certainly increased service level and interest in increased service level, both from this table as well as in our community. And that means a need for increased revenue. We have that growing demand for our service, and we've got growing demand, as Mike will talk about, for flexibility within our service. So provide different things to different people based on demographics, which is certainly something that we're trying to respond to. And then it sort of has been a bit of a theme Lucy has framed for us today. The taxation and reserve strategy is something that financial planning staff is working on as a work plan item for 2026. And this is one of those services where you're going to see how we've been using our reserves to offset requisition for a number of years. On the opportunities side, I've just mentioned previously last week when Michelle and Mike came to talk to you about responding to some of those community interests that we have, where we obtained your approval to proceed with a Comox Valley ETAP program. That's that emergency transit opportunity for folks needing access to transit for unforeseen circumstances, as well as developing a Comox Valley Go program. And that's the partnership with local service providers, whereby we'd be able to distribute discounted passes and tokens directly to some of the service providers in our community for the work that they do with local clients. We also have an opportunity collaborating through our Transit Management Advisory Committee. And we are really seeking to gain greater value through convening this committee in the year ahead. I think municipal staff are certainly keen for it, BC Transit staff, and we'll be trying to entice the Ministry of Transportation staff to start attending those meetings with us periodically to get everyone in the room so we can talk all things coordination, transit, active transportation, etc. Okay, now we're back to matching. These expenses are specific to the transit service. In the upcoming service presentation that Mike will offer you, we'll describe some of the trends that we are seeing and those that are having the greatest impact on costs within the service. But as you can see here, our largest expense category is contract and general services. And that, of course, is directly related to our two contracts, one with BC Transit and then the second with our transit operator. The largest source of revenue within the transit service is requisition. So participants are the whole of Area A, so that includes Denman and Hornby, Area B, a defined portion of Area C, and then the municipalities, Cumberland, Comox, and Courtenay. You will note in this breakdown that the sale of services, that's our fare revenue, make up the second greatest source of revenue. And as I said, Mike will give you a little bit more detail on how that shakes out and specifically how the role of cost sharing with the province, what that does to our revenue generation. We suggest that it's in the delivery of transportation-related initiatives and investment in our transit service that we can directly respond to each of your strategic drivers and have a positive impact for our residents, providing choice directly related to household affordability and positive community health outcomes, as well as accessibility. Within the transit regional growth strategy and electoral area planning service budgets, we describe how we specifically apply your drivers to our transportation related service delivery. And with that, Mike and I are available to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks very much. And Director Hardy.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation, Alana. Again, when we start looking at the transit services and the costs, and I know we've talked about this in the past, or Area B's flagged it in the past with regards to the amount of transit stops that occur in Area B in comparison to, say, for example, the city of Courtenay, and the cost that Area B is paying for that service, for the amount of stops that we get. I'm just kind of, again, if somebody from staff could remind me how many stops occur in Area B, either on a weekly or monthly basis in comparison to Courtenay. And again, looking at those costs that we're paying for a service that we really don't get a whole lot of value out of. It's a concern that gets put forward to me by a number of constituents. So that's why I asked the question.
I don't know if we have, I recall a staff report presentation from some time ago, several months ago, and I recall the reporting on jump on, jump off ridership. There was actually a term for it in terms of the jumping on board the buses at the different stops. So I do recall that. I don't know if we have those numbers exactly handy today. I do want to acknowledge that that the service delivery that occurs within any kind of jurisdiction, it's really dependent on the nature of the transit service. And so it will look and the frequency of rides and frequency of service will be different in different jurisdictions because of the nature of the type of transit system that we operate and that all transit systems must contend with. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge that will that does place a burden throughout the system. But I think that's partly what Mike's presentation on 780 when we get into the individual service we'll talk about, and also the regular engagement with BC Transit. We saw Seth Wright come a couple of times last year. I expect he's going to come again in this coming year, and communicating about that service and trying to address some of those interests where we can is a really important piece of how we're delivering this service. So the specific on-off bus numbers, I don't know if we have that handy right now, but we can get that for you again. And then Mike will go into more of the detail on service 780 in a few minutes here.
Okay, all right, and Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report and the work. City of Courtenay is updating its transportation plan, and was at a related open house on Friday. And there were a lot of questions about transit. And when I heard you say, Alana, that you were looking at finding a more fulsome role for the committee, it occurred to me that one of those roles might be helping to put together some sort of public open house on our transit service. I don't know how long it's been since we've done something like that. But what struck me on Friday, among all the questions about transit, were that, among other things, people don't know how it's funded. They don't know how it's governed. And they have all sorts of questions about the size of our buses, how routes are decided, and why we can't have more frequent small buses going to highly populated routes and such. So it just occurred to me that there may be some room to do some public outreach, and that there may be, in fact, be a greater appetite for that sort of information, and that it could help to encourage ridership, which I think we're always striving for. So I just wanted to offer that and see if that might be a possibility in this year's work plan.
Through the chair to the directors, I think this is something that Mike and I would be really receptive to. I noted that we wanted to start in 2026, being able to work a little bit more collaboratively with the member municipalities on this front. I would say, just speaking very candidly, this is one of those areas where we get quite siloed. And maybe it's because I'm a planner, but there's a lot of opportunity, I think, to work closely with your staff in planning as you're looking at some of those development applications coming through. And, and Mike, we'll comment on development applications that are referred to us, but really to do something a little bit more tight as you're describing. So yes, we would be quite receptive to that. Thank you.
Excellent. And Director Brown.
Thanks. Great idea, Director Hillian. I think that would be really valued. I really think the community at large has no idea that we don't entirely control what the buses look like and how they function, and whether or not we can get a new one or a different one or change that schedule easily or effectively, and how much influence we have there. So I think that would be really great, and also an opportunity, not just for them to learn, but for us to be then doing some advocacy around that. But what I really wanted to appreciate, and it's not a budget related, well, sort of a budget related thing, was that in the 2026 to 2030 key initiatives, we do still have prioritize and implement the active transportation network plan. And I know we struggled with that this past year, and I hope that we can revisit how we might effectively further introduce more active travel, particularly between communities. So thank you for keeping that in the service, even though it's not directly funded. High hopes.
All right, any further questions? Not seeing Director Grieve. Go ahead.
When you talk about the general public, I think outreach is always really important, because I got all these emails, and sort of as Director Hillian, about things that we've hashed around this table for over 10 years. And for some reason, the general public thinks we're totally oblivious to the obvious.
Okay. Seeing no further comments or questions, we'll move on to the next element, which is which is the transit service itself. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. All right, Mike Zabarski, Manager of Transit and Facilities, will be introducing Service 780, the Transit Comox Valley service.
Thanks, James, through the CAO and the chair to the board. I think we have a presentation, unless you don't want it. Yeah.
Okay, one sec.
Just go straight to the recommendation. Cheerios, how you doing? While we're waiting for that, I'll just echo Alana's statement. Like we're keen to work with our member municipalities on engagement with the public. So whether it's something we discuss through our transit management advisory committee or it's something that comes up one-on-one between us and a municipal staff member, we're very keen to work with the municipal staff. Okay, here we go. Okay, so so as you know, this is a service to provide transit service, and Alana mentioned the participants. In 2026, the proposed changes include some increased service in the conventional and handy dart services. 2025 was another busy and successful year. We had obviously the sewer conveyance project going on, and that was really disruptive to our transit routes and schedules. So we had to make a number of amendments to the schedules and detours, and we survived it. And I think we did really well. And in fact, transit ridership during that period continued to grow, partly thanks to the investment of service hours that the province and the CBRD committed during that time. And we also worked a lot on the service expansion that happened in January this year. So last year was a lot of the route planning and schedule planning and things like that, infrastructure going in along the route for bus stops, etc. Obviously, the big transit infrastructure projects that we were working on last year were the exchanges. We were busy doing the design work and engagement with the public. And we actually got construction underway with two of those locations, basically complete at North Island College and on pause, unfortunately, with the downtown Comox project, as some potential archaeological materials were found there. We continue to work with our partners on Denman and Hornby, providing service on both islands, including Denman year-round, which went really well. We did the fare review last year and got approval on a new fare, which also happened in January this year. And that involved significant engagement with a number of stakeholders, including North Island College, who are considering the UPass. And then just general public outreach. We did a lot of that last year as well. A number of public events such as Canada Day and those kinds of things had transit booths at them. We offered transit courses at a number of seniors facilities, and a number of other kind of stakeholder level engagements happened. As you can see here on this very exciting graph, trending upwards is ridership, and you can see that it's closely linked to service delivery. Service delivery has been improving over the last several months. As you recall, there were some major disruptions with driver shortages earlier this year. And that graph kind of illustrates that correlation there. And the most obvious one that you can see is actually back in late 2023, early 2024, when there was a labor dispute between the transit contractor and their employees, resulting in a strike and no service for a couple of months. So you can see the ridership drop significantly there. But like I mentioned, things are going in the right direction, and we are seeing overall ridership increases. And we expect that to continue into 2026 and beyond with the service expansions that are being added this year and hopefully next year. And those are also a big driver of our ridership. A couple of other trends and challenges and opportunities I wanted to mention. One big challenge that we're noticing more and more every year is traffic congestion. And not just because of construction projects, but just general growth in the community. And we're seeing about 850 new vehicles every year added to the roads. And we all know how our transportation network is works with our two bridges and our constraints that come with those. And so that's slowing down transit, is adding time to each transit trip, and is necessitating additional service hours being required to keep those schedules reliable. So we need to work on that. And then the other challenge I want to mention is just the timing of service expansions and how long it is. So it really is a couple 3 years between when a decision to invest in transit services made by CBRD and the province to when it actually happens, when it's implemented and it's on the road and we're seeing ridership. So we're not a very flexible or process in that regards. We get a lot of requests for service and improvements, and it's frustrating sometimes to tell the public that it might take 2 or 3 years before we can get to that. These are the strategic priorities and initiatives that this service is tackling. So the Transit Future Plan or Transit Future Action Plan, more recently, we're doing that through those expansions. Those are things that get decided as part of the Annual Transit Improvement Program, or TIP. And so that's what is part of that kind of 3-year cycle. We make that decision, and it takes a couple of years before those services are implemented, but we are doing that on a regular basis. Improving our electoral area and MOTT relationships. We meet regularly with the ministry staff to talk about how to provide service in the rural areas, especially around infrastructure. We are installing a number of bus stops every year in the rural areas through the ministry's minor betterment funds. And obviously we're trying to advocate on behalf of the transit system and electoral area residents as part of the ministry's work plan. Transit infrastructure investments. So we mentioned the transit exchanges and queue jumpers. So we have the 2 that are complete or underway. We have more transit exchange projects coming up this year at Oyster River, downtown Courtenay, South Courtenay, and then we'll complete the downtown Comox location, as well as 2 queue jumpers in downtown Courtenay. The 2026 work plan also includes a number of other efforts. The expansion of services that was approved last year, but will be implemented in 2027. We're going to do the service planning this year. That's a significant expansion, almost 10,000 service hours. So there's a lot of work to be done to figure out the schedules and the routing, the bus stops, and how to deliver that. We are also needing to pull out 2,000 hours of service this year. This was added as a temporary kind of critical fix during the sewer conveyance project, and those hours are now needing to come back out now that project's complete. That'll happen in the summer. We're just working on kind of which routes and which trips would get affected by that. We're hoping that BC Transit will be able to begin undertaking that interregional transit service investigation to look at kind of the long-term bigger future for what interregional transit might look like. I mentioned the infrastructure. We're going to continue supporting Denman and Hornby, including hopefully pursuing some of the recommendations of that bus study that was done on the islands last year. And strategic transit communication. So we've engaged a consultant. We're working on kind of more strategic approach to engaging and educating the public, and might be including open houses in the city as part of their master planning efforts. So that'll be an important piece of work this year. And then, of course, the taxation and reserve strategy to smooth out some of those big jumps in taxation. No changes to the human resources side. Here's the expenses. The biggest one being that contracts and general services line item. That's what we pay BC Transit, and then in turn they pay the contract operator. And this is really driven primarily by service increases that we've approved in the past years that are coming into service. For example, the one in January, we had 3,000 hours that started up in January this year. That was a decision made in 2024. And so those increases are hitting us now. But also transit industry inflation is another big factor. Just the cost of everything's going up, whether it's fuel, repairs and maintenance, tires, drivers' wages, etc. On the revenue side, things are also going up.
Mike.
Yeah.
Sorry, just gonna ask, I see a hand going up online. Is it okay to,
Yes.
to interrupt the questions on the
sure.
way through? Perfect, thanks. Director Harvard, you want to go ahead?
No, I was just getting in the queue for after he finishes his comment. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Okay, rolling. Yeah, so with service increases, luckily we have ridership increases that come with that, and that brings more revenue. So you'll see the sales of service going up. That's our bus fares. We also had a fare change that came in. That's also driving that bus fare revenue up. Taxation going up as well, and we're using some of the reserves there to smooth things out. Funding sources. So this is the tax requisition slide, and you can see in 2027 a very significant increase. So between now and then, we're going to be doing that work with our finance staff on that taxation and reserve strategy to try and smooth that out. That at this point is really driven by the large service expansion that was approved in 2025 for implementation in 2027, almost 10,000 service hours there. Funding sources, this is a breakdown of the bus fare revenue, and like I mentioned, we have the fare change that came into place, which is driving revenue up from that source, as well as just the increase in service and increase in ridership that we expect from that. Moving out a little bit further in time in the 5-year plan, you can see the effect of the service increase in 2027, the almost 10,000 hours driving our costs up quite a bit, and of course necessitating more revenue from other sources. On the capital side of things, we don't currently own any capital. We contribute to the buses and facility, the leased facility, through our annual operating agreement with BC Transit, but they are the owner of the buses. The facility is currently leased. It's a private facility. And then the transit exchange is kind of one of the things that we're not quite sure how that will land. Right now, it looks like BC Transit will be the initial owner of that infrastructure until it's kind of paid off, and then it will get transferred into either the municipalities or the CVRD, TBD. And then here's the reserve that we would be looking at for that taxation and reserve strategy. So it is reasonably healthy, I think. But that's something that maybe Kelly or Lucy can tell me otherwise. And then in summary, we're tackling a number of the strategic drivers that the board has set through this service. Like Alana mentioned, we see private automobile costs as one of the highest costs in the community. And so public transit provides an affordable alternative. Transportation is also our largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. And again, public transit is a better way to go from that perspective. We're working with a number of stakeholders, including our municipal partners and school districts, and also now some of the nonprofit organizations that support residents in the community. Number of our bus routes do go through Comox First Nations, so we're always keen to work with them on transit service initiatives. And public transit is a very accessible transportation solutions available to all. All of our buses are accessible, and we're obviously a very cost affordable alternative for people to use. And with that, I'm open to questions from the board.
All right, I think Director Arbor was first in the line there, so I think your hand's down, but I'll let you go first if you're ready.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for the very comprehensive presentation, our last one for the term as well on transit. I mean, I guess we'll need definitely a lot of details next year, because I mean, on the taxation level, it's another financial plan that from this coming year, $4 million moving to 6 million 4 years later. That's a 50% increase over 4 years. So that's continued significant growth. And I'm sure the next board will want to discuss that for sure. But I mean, we have laid out objectives, and I guess we'll see if there's appetite to continue with the same financial plan in the next term. And on my end, of course, seeing Area A by 2030 jumped to $1 million in requisitions. And I think the board is well aware, after my years of advocacy, of how many buses we see in the south. And I'm sure same with Dr. Grieve, though he's got a smaller requisition because it's just part of his area. Yeah, I'll raise questions. But this was just general comment, maybe a question for staff for Mike, which is a minor portion of the budget, but one that I equally care deeply enough to ask it is how are we accounting for that inter-regional transit piece? Because I mean, currently it's a very small, and I keep harping every time that Mike comes back to us around how are we going to grow this? But where would be the discussions with BC Transit and say Regional District Nanaimo and Strathcona Regional District in how we set a budget for that? Because clearly it's kind of a shared venture. Or is the answer that we don't actually operate that way right now? We just still develop individually our budgets, and it's kind of like an afterthought in that process.
Yeah, so currently it is, we do our separate things. We each have our own individual transit budgets. Ours, SRD, RDN, for example. The larger investigation of what interregional service could look like, which hasn't started yet, that would be where we would start to understand the different options and talk to the different regional districts and even the province about maybe a different funding model for that. So we hoped that work would have happened or started already. It hasn't. BC Transit's planning staff are swamped with other initiatives at the moment. So we're hopeful. They're telling us that it'll happen this year, or at least start this year. So we'll have more information, I think, later on in the year about what that process looks like and how we can engage with the province and other regional districts.
No, thanks. So that'll be for basically when I'm hearing it, it'll also be for next year or future years where we'll have a deeper consideration of that. Yeah, big numbers anyways over the next 4 years. So is that continued growth, but with definitely my area reaching close to 1 million. Yeah, it's questions will be asked for sure in the communities around. We're getting 4 or 5 buses, well, 5 buses a day every 2 hours, right? The service, I'll be starting to ask questions around the marginal value in the municipalities, to move from 15 minutes to 12 minutes and all that, and compare to really lackluster service in the rural areas. Thank you.
Go to Director Morin.
Great, thanks, Chair. I have a question about the proposed college UPass, which I know is going to be going to student engagement, but proposed to come out of the mandatory student fees compared to the GO program, which is 50% discount for 30-day pass. And just, I can't remember because it was a while ago now, what the cost of the UPass would be within those student fees, because there seems to be a bit of overlap because many students would qualify for the GO Pass, that low income pass. So I guess I'm just wondering if it ends up that it's mandatory, they have to pay it through their student fees, then they're, I just wanted to know the price comparison between the two. If they're going to be paying more for the college UPass than they would with the other GO program.
Yeah, so through the fare review, the board approves that the UPass would be set at the adult fare rate for the semester, so $60 for a semester, versus the GO program, which was a 50% discount on the monthly, so 50% of $60 per month. So it'd be cheaper to get the UPass.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's just a question because, they could be low income, or they are low income, but they're actually under, if the college program goes through,
they'd get a better deal through the UPass.
Yeah, it just feels like they're getting they're already low income and they're gonna have to pay, they're gonna be have to pay it through their fees rather than being eligible or rather than taking advantage of the other pass. So anyway, I have a student in the family, a low income student. That's why I was curious about it. Whether, once you introduce the Go program, I thought that's great, but then this, I don't know if there's a way to make it more comparable, but we've already made that decision, so.
Well, I think it will be to their advantage to get the UPass. So if the students vote for the UPass, it would come in and it would be $60 per semester. So it would be like 4 months
Right.
for
Okay.
$60 versus the Go program, which
Right.
would be $30 a month.
Okay,
So the Go program will be more expensive.
okay,
So I think
Yeah, I just want that
they're in a better
clarification.
shape if that UPass goes through.
great, thank you.
Is the final math then that it would be half as much? But the UPass was gonna be 60 and the Go program at $30 for a month for 4 months.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it's a fairly considerable saving.
Yeah.
Useful fact to have out there when the students are discussing it. Director McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. Thanks for the presentation. I had a question around just the expansion of service and of course the costs that go with that for 2027. That was highlighted in your presentation. I know that we wait on approval for service expansion from BC Transit, and so are these approved? Is this approved expansion, or are we budgeting for an approval that we haven't yet received?
Yeah, so the board has approved it in 2025 in September, and then we wait for the province through their budget process to approve it, which is typically like February, March. So we put it in the budget with the assumption that the province will support
Fund
it, but if they don't, then we'd have a big surplus. Yeah.
And or we would adjust it because it's for 2027. Is that right?
Sorry,
Or is some of
that's
it land
that's
this
a good
year?
point. It just wouldn't get brought into the 2027 budget because of the timing.
Okay, so basically next year's amounts are kind of a best case scenario that assume funding support from upper level or from the province that we're still waiting to receive.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. And on that, separately, because I see that this is for a service level increase for route number 1 and 2 and 20. Way back the last time we looked at this, which I think you said was 2025, there was originally the next expansion that was maybe going to happen before route number 5 was like kind of rearranging the a few routes that were in West Courtney. It's like 5, 6, and 8 or something. Or no, 6, 7, and 8, something like
7,
that.
8, 9.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9. And yeah, priorities changed. And so are we no longer looking to do that? Like, will that get considered in the next round of transit expansion kind of planning? Or is that just pushed out to the next phase? I'm just trying to track what this looks like beyond next year.
Yeah, so the Route 7, 8, and a new Route 9 was contemplated previously coming out of the Transit Future Action Plan. And in the TIP process last year, we showed it as year 2 of the 3-year expansion plan. So again, this year in the summer, we'll have another opportunity to reconsider the timing of any kind of service expansions, which priorities are more of a priority than others. So the board would have that decision at that time if you wanted to move that Route 7, 8, 9, earlier or later, or not at all. Yeah, that would be a decision that the board could make this summer.
Okay, so it's still there, but it will come back for further discussion. Okay. I have one more, but I'll get back in the queue because Director Grieve has got one too.
Okay, sure. Director Reed then? Thanks. Oh,
Thanks, Mike. And thanks, Chair. I think this is just a shot across the bow here. When we talk about bringing attention from the province to interregional bus service, this is something that's been bantied around for at least 10 years. And I would think that this is a opportunity to bring it forward as a resolution to UBCM, because it will get great a great support from the interior of the province. When you talk about the collapse of private options out there, it checks so many boxes on mobility and equity and connectivity and all those things, but for some reason it's fallen off the radar at the province. So I think that maybe we could put a little mental note somewhere to put together a UBC resolution for September on this, because it's kind of the responsibility of senior government to have people able to move and between areas. So just a thought.
All right, and we'll go to Director. Sorry,
So I wasn't sure if Director Grieve had a question or
Yeah.
just a suggestion on the UBCM, potential UBCM resolution.
Just for bugging you on this thing, it's really important. Might be a good time to push this and take it.
Okay. Well,
Will resonate with the interior.
well, I guess just for context, I think the UBCM is now not accepting things directly unless they're immediate emergent issues. No, I just think in terms of they're trying to get people to put them through the local area associations. And so the AVICC deadline for resolutions is, I believe, the 12th of February. So it's still possible, but it would just require some action on your part to initiate that. Well, assuming it passes, that would be the plan. Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, it's possible, but it would require some action at this point. Okay. Thanks very much. Director McCall.
Yeah, thanks again. Just a question on the signal priority. It's mentioned in the 2025 accomplishments that the design was supported, and in the work plan, it's not listed, and I'm assuming that's because the work then shifts to the municipalities to initiate, or I'm just trying to make sure I know where that lies. I see, I mean, we don't have capital funding here, so I'm guessing that this is then passed on to the municipalities, but it strikes me as a great opportunity to advance some transit technology outside of, you know, Lower Mainland gets SkyTrain, so we can get signals that go green for buses.
Yeah, so those two transit priority measures are still included in our financial plan. We don't pay as capital, we pay through our annual operating agreement for that infrastructure. So it is still in the works. The design process is still underway. BC Transit is leading that engineering design process obviously with the municipal staff involved. And we're hoping to start construction of those this summer, and that would be funded by BC Transit. And then our share would come from the CVRD board.
Okay, so it's still in the works then?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. I wasn't sure if that was on pause or proceeding, so that's great to hear. Thanks.
Okay, and I'll go to Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. Not to beat a dead horse here, but just add a little bit more to, again, what Director Arbor's comments were with regards to the cost of the transit service that rural areas pay into and the quality of service that they're getting back at the end of the day is concerning. And again, I just go back to looking at in 26, Area B jumps from $426,097 to $470,095, which is a 10% increase, if my calculations are right, for a bump from 25 to 26. So again, with regards to the amount of stops transit stops that occur in Area B, it's concerning. So I guess where I'm going, or what I'm asking for here at the end of the day, is just a review of what the rural transit services and costs are in comparison to municipal sites. And it is no disrespect to our municipal members, but again, when we look at the service that Area B and rural areas are getting, and what we're paying for versus what City Courtney, Town of Comox and Village of Cumberland, what they're paying for. And the amount of stops that they got. I would be curious with regards to the Village of Cumberland and again, in 25, they paid 208,000 versus Area B that paid 426,000. And how many bus stops occurred in the Village of Cumberland compared to Area B? So that's just information that I would like to get. But I am, like I said, I'm concerned about this cost increase to Area B for the service that they're getting right now. Thanks.
All right, appreciate that context. Thank you. I'm not seeing any further comments at this point. We do have a recommendation on the screen if anyone cares to move it. Okay, moved and seconded. Anyone, Director Hardy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry. Based upon my concerns that I put forward, I'm probably going to vote no with regards to moving forward on this recommendation.
Okay,
Thanks.
appreciate you explaining the vote. That's understandable given your comments just now. Anyone else want to speak before we vote? Is anyone opposed? I'm noting Director Hardy opposed. And Director Grieve opposed? Okay, anyone else opposed? Your thumbs up, hard to read. Does that mean you're opposed or you're in favor?
No, sorry, I'm in favor.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay. We're also getting towards 3 o'clock. I know the invite wasn't just until 3. We do have a fair amount still to get to. I'm hearing from James the sort of 4, bit after 4 is hopefully where we can land this if we keep going. I just wanted to just at the most just confirm that people are able to stick around for this just that extra hour. Dr. Martin.
I probably can go till 3:45 at the latest.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, this gives us a real impetus to be efficient with the next stretch. So let's keep moving forward and if yeah. All right, so it's Rec Core Services next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Board, for extending the meeting a little bit. We'll try to make the core service presentations a little bit shorter. Doug said he won't present his 20-minute version. They'll go a little bit quicker on both the recreation and emergency services PowerPoint. So Doug, over to you. And then actually before, while I'm fresh on it, I'm hoping that we can move up service 270, emergency management, to just after Doug's presentation as the core service, just so that Carrie McIntyre can make her presentation, and then Carrie has some scheduled time off later this week. So I want to honor that.
Okay, I'd be happy to even put her first, but if this is already arranged and queued up, we'll go with
I think Doug's not 20 minutes. You're down a bit from that. So
thanks,
Doug.
Thank you, and through the chair, with special thanks to finance as well for all the work they've done to get us to this point today. Just open up with a question, really. What would we do without recreation? It takes many shapes for many people in all different forms. And here at the CVRD, we deliver it through our aquatic center, our sports center, curling center, and our exhibition grounds. And it provides both health and vitality to the community, as well as in some cases rehab. But to me, most important, it creates a sense of belonging, a sense of community, and builds some of those life skill sets. So some of the key service outcomes have been outlined in the recreation program. I'll just focus on a few that we've really sharpened our focus on this year. It'd be asset management, continuing with obviously supporting the health of our citizens and continuing to advance our greenhouse gas and environmental impact reductions. So that was the big focus from last year. Here you see the recreation strategy plan. We're continuing to implement this, and I'll speak to this a little bit more in the challenges slide. We're also developing a playing fields allocation and looking forward to amenity improvements in the future, 2026. A big win here for our Recreation Commission and for the citizens of the Valley that enjoy playing sports on rectangular fields is we are under construction of our new artificial turf field and continuing with hoping to have that open late in the spring, depending on weather.
Asset management, as I alluded to earlier, we've had a number of point in time kind of asset management studies done, and now we're really looking to bring it forward to the level 3 that the CVRD is focused on. We're really excited to have inventory and tracking and to dive deeper into our assets, knowing that in 2025, we reached our 50th anniversary on some of our facilities. So they're not getting any younger, but we've been maintaining them well enough and continuing to serve the community with a lot of them. And this rec commission has a good vision for continuing to grow with our community. Here, we're just continuing to focus on the reduction in CO2, and I will speak a little bit more to that at the rec commission. Some of the trends we see here, and I think it's been a trend you've seen in many places in the CVRD, kind of goes hand in hand with population growth. It also goes hand in hand with living in an active community. As we continue to see a lot of increased usage of our recreation services. And this is not only from a youth level, as you're well aware, the schools are also busting at the seams, but also our adults and our older adults continue to see more and more use in all of our facilities. Some challenges that we've run into and have had in the past and continue to have is land ownership. As schools grow, whether it's NIC or school districts, that's where most of our facilities are located on their land, and they also have objectives for their land. So it's not so easy to grow our facilities and without those partnerships and conversations really looking to the future. The ALC approval for our X grounds is continuing. Obviously, we're entering into a USW bargaining year, so we're hopeful that that'll move forward. And then one thing that's outside of the Rec Commission's plan is the Courtney Outdoor Pool. I would see that as a challenge to the recreation plan in its current status. And we're going to have to grapple with that in 2026. And what that means for balancing the needs of the community, as well as looking at existing infrastructure that does serve our community, including the Courtney Outdoor Pool. Some big opportunities are to continue to advance our carbon reduction strategies and look at how we're going to fund a recreation plan and fund the maintenance of our existing facilities. So here you see some of the costs. We're basically approaching, it's 2030. I was like, we're basically approaching, sorry, a $12 million to $14 million budget here, and projecting it up to be a little higher by 2030 in line with both asset management and your expansion of your commission goals. Revenue continues to be a driver here, mostly based on taxation. We continue to bring that in line with service fees every couple of years for consideration, and we'll look to balance that a little bit more in the future, recognizing we do play an important role in our community to a lot of low-income activities. So in summary, we're meeting a lot of pieces of the core service goals of recreation and a lot of the board drivers in many different ways. That I can answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much, Doug. And I'll go first to Director McCollum.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks for the presentation. I had a question just on that last slide around funding sources and taxation versus sale of services. And, we have some new assets that we have in our capital plan, like ice sheet. And, we're midway through getting the artificial turf, and, the cost of delivering services is also going up. And it just had me thinking that, taxation basically has to make up whatever the need is. And sales of service tends to just, I think, well, it's basically fees that we would assign an increase to periodically, more in line with, the cost of living increase or the 2%, or, that it basically is a historical amount that we've added small increases on, and taxation is more representative of whatever the cost of delivering the services. And I'm wondering if we've ever done any kind of policy work or analysis as to whether or not we have a target of like, of our overall expenses, what proportion should be made up through taxation and what would our target be for sale of services? And I guess it's kind of like a bigger picture question, but yeah, if any of that is in the work plan and if that is considered like a means of coming at setting fees, you know, in comparable jurisdictions, or if it's, yeah, I don't know. I think that's my question. Yeah.
Yeah, I can answer that. It's definitely in our work plan. It's been in our work plan for the last couple of years, and I think we're getting close to getting there at a staff level of thinking of that approach and how we'll bring that forward to the Rec Commission for consideration. One thing we do know is that our fees align well with our adjacent communities based on work that they've done and others have done. And as we bring that forward, you know, we have to consider that there's a reason why we provide a lot of these facilities and large facilities. It's because they are expensive to provide and they do provide a lot of benefit to the community. And we look forward to that conversation. I think looking at everything at fall next year to kind of bring some of that information forward, or within the next year or two.
Okay.
To really dig down into that benefits continuum and understand where revenue and resource balance could be. But right now, I'd say we are very much in line with our neighboring communities.
Yeah, in terms of the actual like cost of coming and doing a public skate or that kind of thing. Yeah, that's good to hear. Yeah, it just makes me think, especially given all the good work that's been done in terms of like those late passes and various opportunities for people that are low income to access rec, that it also kind of opens up the conversation around what is the fair amount for those who can afford to pay to be able to use our facilities. And yeah, just seeing on the graph that if there is no significant change to that policy, that taxation makes up a bigger and bigger portion of the cost of running the services over time. So yeah, I do think it deserves some thought. So that's good to hear that that's in the works. Thanks.
All right, well, everyone's very focused on doing this efficiently. I don't see any further questions. Nothing online. Is there, after the questions slide, is there a recommendation there? Okay. All right, so we'll just move on to the next, which would be regional emergency services. Thanks very much, Doug. And Carrie will. So
That's okay.
James can introduce it.
That's okay. And Doug's going to introduce the core service of regional emergency services, and then over to the individual service budgets. Doug.
Thank you. As some of you may be aware, we are in a little bit of a regional emergency operations centers right now, and it's not struck on me that emergencies sometimes happen within emergencies. And this morning, Carrie was called to ESS call at 4 a.m. outside of this whole flooding thing. So just because we are active doesn't mean other emergencies stop. So it's just an example of how important regional emergency services are here. And there are also a lot of partners involved in delivering them. And this board supports a lot of those partners in a lot of great ways. So I think moving forward, we're looking to continue to evolve both Comox Valley Emergency Program, and which you will hear more about from Carrie, as well as a number of services, which I'll go through today. So it's really about supporting that broad umbrella picture. Of course, the rural fire departments from the CVRD perspective will be presented to the Electoral Area Services Committee, but still form through mutual aid agreements and other pieces the broader umbrella of how we enhance our services here in the Valley. So some of the key focus outcomes are emergency prevention and mitigation, having our EOC prepared and ready to respond, supporting and training CVRD employees and other local and government emergency staff, working closely with Comox First Nation, especially around consultation and strengthening partnerships, emergency food supply preparedness, and really being prepared for all those hazard risks and vulnerabilities that can come with any emergency. And I think many of our other partner associations also work a lot on this same premise. As I alluded to, some of the key pieces here, really are some new facilities for emergency services. We're well underway on our design and construction of Mount Washington, not construction, but design of Mount Washington Fire Hall, hopefully getting in construction this year, looking at Denman and how we can improve emergency services for that island. Union Bay has broken ground and is under construction. And we are recent recipients of a very large grant regionally for Fire Smart activities. So for the next 2 years, we are able to implement the plan that this board supported. We still remain under some of the existing challenges that we maybe had last year, and that's largely around the Emergency Management Disaster Management Act, and waiting for regulations to come out on that. But we're also in a good spot here on testing how we interpret that act through recent activations both here and throughout the province. So it's pretty interesting times. And there's been a great amount of support from grants from the province regarding emergency management in recent years, and we've been able to take advantage of much of those. But really, one of the biggest things we found is for both staff and others is deployments out to serving and helping other communities either nearby or further afield in the province has really enhanced our mutual aid and learning, as well as brought in some additional revenue. Our fire departments often go out every year, especially Oyster River, and as well as some of the municipality departments. So here you see the bigger picture of expenses and what is projected out to be. Not a huge change there. And again, a lot of the work we do is based on grants as well. Funded sources, largely taxation. And with that, I can't help but thank the fire halls. A lot of them are volunteers and volunteer based and do a tremendous service in our community, as well as search and rescue organizations and staff here at your municipalities. And with that, we continue to meet some of your goals around fiscal responsibility, Indigenous relations, and working around the most recent goal of accessibility and ensuring vulnerable populations are considered, and that's where we work towards from the Emergency Management Service. That will, any questions you may have.
Looking around, there we go, Director Brown, there's a question.
Yeah, I mean, an overall question, I guess, given the current situation and the situation over the weekend and the potential situation throughout this year predicted to be one of the hotter years, ever. That we are primarily reliant on grants for emergency services, and how, not to be pessimistic, but the province is cutting programs, and how do we prepare for that as an organization, or how,
Yeah, it's interesting that we're primarily advancing some great training and advancing some great work based on grants. Our base, and I think most of our bases, and the ability to deliver the basic service continues through taxation. And Carrie will talk about it more in her 270 budget, and I'll talk to that more in my other budgets, as well as your fire hall operations and others probably continue to receive support at that base. So it's more about enhancing our abilities and enhancing training, enhancing partnerships. That's where a lot of the groundwork comes in, and giving us a bigger operating picture and broader. So yes, with the reduction of grants, we'll have to make either some hard decisions, or the board will have to continue to see value in strengthening those pieces, and support could be potentially in the future through more taxation. But right now we're in a good place.
okay, thanks.
All right, and knowing that there are a few reports under this heading, I'd like to move 270 up to the top, just so that Carrie, you can do your report. I had no idea you were out of bed at 4:30 or 4 this morning to, just tribute to the commitment that you put in. I know it was a busy weekend. I saw you a few times over the weekend, so thank you. And we'll try to get this done, and you get home for a bit of recuperation time. But so we got there. There's the slideshow for 270, and I'll just turn your mic.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks for that introduction. I think you did half my presentation already there, Doug. That's great. Thanks. So I'm a bit tired. And so I'll be relying on my colleagues in finance and Doug as well to chime in if I'm not quite on the mark here, giving this weekend's events and they continue. So no changes as proposed to the service for this year. And so we are moving along at a good pace. That's some great accomplishment. We did a lot of training and we wanted to show some pictures up there too in terms of conferences, knowledge sharing, and participating in other more localized events that help to raise awareness in community around their roles in preparedness, response, mitigation, and recovery. And so really grateful for the participation that we're getting at the community level as well as our local government and nation partners and all the other service providers in the community that are helping with that. I feel at the moment, like when I wrote this briefing note to go with this presentation, I feel like now it was a bit of a prediction. What we're seeing is cuts, as Director Brown mentioned. We know that we have a lot of grants and we appreciate that you've supported us with that. We are lean on staffing and we know that we are going to have to start to look at investing a little bit more in our service. But as the general manager said, that we're in a good position right now. What's ahead of us in terms of challenges and opportunities is governance. And I say that with a smile on my face because you do governance very well, but you also know that it can be quite a challenge. And so we have that ahead of us as well in terms of our modernization of this service, looking at how we can sort of ground what we're already doing at an operational level in that governance approach as well. So hopefully we'll see some more grants approved around that, but other than that, we're in a really good spot. Again, I feel like when we created this presentation and I was told I couldn't put any new pictures in today. So these are the pictures that I put in already, kind of foreshadowing the event that exactly happened this weekend on the left. And that's a picture from a few years ago and we were in the exact same place. So here, what we're trying to say is we're on track with some of the board priorities that we've been provided by the board and by the province to work towards the Indigenous engagement requirements. And that is very much on track in terms of our operations, as well as the intercultural competencies that we are developing when we look at all hazards, whole of society, preparedness, response, and recovery initiatives. And this is our work plan for our core service budget. So these are what we are committed to working towards in 2026, and this is supported through taxation. This is what we need to maintain in terms of our legislated obligations as a service and as local authorities under the EDMA Act. And that includes the ability to be on call and go out at 4 a.m. like I did last night. So appreciate your support around that. And that goes into the operational readiness piece and any communication that we need to put out there with our partners as well as the community to keep them ready as well. We have some projects on the horizon that are grant funded. This core budget allows us to have the staff and the structure in order to deliver on those regional grants. And we're also looking at improving our fleet. It's time for us to put our old 271 vehicle away and join the more modernized fleet in 2026. We have some requests around full-time staffing, which I think won't be any surprise. We're looking at creating the emergency technician full-time position, which has been a term in the last year, into a full-time position. And we're also looking at 2027 to add some more support at the branch service level to provide more direct support to the service as well. I'm going to look at Lucy and Kelly to see if they want to chime in on any of the budget slides. No? Yeah, please.
Sorry, Carrie, I think you just go ahead and give the highlights that you may have.
Okay.
Okay, and then just it's fine. Directors can ask any detailed questions that they want, and we certainly can support any of that. Okay, I think your high level thoughts will be good.
Thanks, Lucy. Okay, so I'm just looking at those keynotes on the side. This is basically what we're really focused on with this new budget, proposed budget, sorry. We know we're reliant on one-time grant funding, and we put that to very good use. And it is what allows us to provide a lot of the training and professional fees and bring in the consultants to support us and elected officials as well as maintain that duty roster that I'd already previously mentioned. One of the things that, again, feels like a bit of a foresight is we understand that we need a subsite for our website so that when we're sending a lot of people to look at our website, when then there is a large scale event, we don't crash it. So for business continuity purposes, it's very important. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, Director Moore, did you want to ask your question now?
Might be better to jump
Yeah.
in because it's more relevant to what you were just talking about with the grant funding providing training. Is there an opportunity in terms of sort of sustainability of train the trainer going forward? Because that grant funding is not going to continue to train people going forward, but is there an opportunity to get some of our staff to be able to do some of that training going forward or not?
Thank you, Director Maureen, through the chair and the CAO. Absolutely valid point. What we're seeing is the province is recognizing that as well. I just saw another email today where they're starting to offer more approvals, permissions for us to do that train the trainer at the localized level. We're coming out of that age where those train the trainers were sort of corporate and not something that we could take ownership of. I think we're going to see a lot more train the trainer opportunities. And there's been some that have been incorporated as well. There is some of that training that we will not be able to deliver ourselves unless we ourselves go get certified to quite a high level. So this is where that mutual aid and neighboring partnerships becomes really important. We partner as much as we can with neighboring jurisdictions to the north and south to offer that training together for that reason as well.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. So I was mentioning the
Sorry,
subsite.
I'm just also noticing a question from Director Hardy, but
It's okay. I'm working on a 4 a.m. call every day, so thank you for pointing that out.
Okay.
I appreciate your need for a nap.
Yes. Trying.
Just a quick question here with regards to the 300% increase of transfer of dollars to other services. Could you maybe just explain a little bit more with regards to what that's about and what that entails?
I'm going to defer to my colleagues in finance on this one.
If you just want to give us a minute, we'll pull that up. And in the meantime, do you want to keep going? Is that Carrie? And then we'll have that ready.
Sure. So yeah, I was just mentioning the subsite and a little bit of tongue in cheek there, but we were already planning to have a subsite so this wouldn't happen. Sometime emergencies happen before subsites. We now know that we need to do this. And as with many of these pieces that we're working on, they have been flagged as things we need to work on together with the additional grant funding to support it. So that's exactly what this is indicating here. So I guess we're ahead of the game.
Thank you. Just to respond to Director Hardy's question, the transfer to other functions, there's $10,000 for the corporate Comox Valley Emergency Management Communications Plan that was approved earlier this fall, I believe it was. And then $2,000 to the Parks Department to help maintain emergency access in some of the parks.
Okay.
Please go ahead, Karen.
Sure. Sorry, this is just speaking to the COVID restart funds, which was from 2025. Anything that you want me to add there, Lucy?
Nope. Thanks. Just a change from the year before. So I think we're good. Yeah.
And this is the proposed tax requisition. Not a substantial increase, but certainly we will be needing to continuously increase over time if we start to see more grant funding reductions. we came to you a couple of months ago about more approvals to apply for additional funding to a total of 650,000. Again, this is multi-jurisdictional. So there's resolutions that have been approved not only by this board, but the municipalities have all approved as well. And I think it's probably next up for Comox First Nations Council as well. And if we are successful, we will hopefully get all 4 of these grants. We probably won't know for at least another couple of months for the emergency support services and the cultural safety. Looking like the public notification grant might be oversubscribed already, so we may not get all the funds that we want, but we're certainly on track for moving into an additional alerting system for the public as well. So for our operating budget projections, again, not too much of an increase from last year because we've been lucky with so much of our funding. And capital, we don't have a lot of assets. We don't need to have a lot more assets. Most of them are quite small and not very substantial, but they're very, very critical in an emergency. So maintaining these generators, our backup communication plans, and all of that maintenance and the ability to move these pieces around with the appropriate vehicles and tow packages becomes really important, of course, when the power goes out. And that's the fancy new minivan in the top right that we're looking to purchase for 2026. And that's simply because so often when we are called out at 4 a.m. and the weather isn't great, the folks that have been evacuated from their houses on fire need somewhere warm and dry to sit while we look after them before we can take them off to over to somewhere else to stay. Sorry.
It's okay. From a reserve perspective, this one's just being built up over the 5 years just to get to a level that's a bit more appropriate for something that's over $1 million in an operation perspective. So that's all I'd say about this.
Thank you, Lucy. And just to summarize, I think we're very much reflecting the board priorities and strategic priorities in all senses. We're very relational in our approach to emergency management and always focused on prioritizing equitable approaches. And I think we've done a really great job in the last couple of years and confident that we will continue to do so in the future. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. I'm also, all right, now Director Carr, go right ahead.
Thanks. Just thinking about a few slides ago, I mean, there were so many large number of variances between last year and this year, and I would expect for something like emergency management, it'd be very hard to have tight budgets from year to year. So I wonder, I'm just thinking maybe in future years, it'd be like a utility and showing like a 10-year average, and you could kind of see the like dots and okay, there's a range and it kind of stays within rather than like, you know, minus 90% and plus 300%. Like I don't know. It's hard to wrap my head around like, hey, what happened last year? What emergencies didn't happen last year that happened this year? And so why the fluctuation? So just to thinking around helping us understand better what are stable costs and what are the ones that just wildly flux from year to year.
Yeah, through the chair, for all of our services, it's our goal to the future to really come back to base budget so that you can see that much more simply. Work in progress for us to be able to capture all those costs and be able to provide it onto our slides. We do recognize with this particular service that there are significant swings, as you're noting, because there are a lot of grants that are involved in this. And one of the reasons why we did add the slide number 9, which took it back to a base budget, but totally hear what you're saying. You're still not getting that historical perspective of what their base looked like from years back and what the increases are. We can, if you want us to just take that away as a piece of feedback for future, or if you want us to provide you some additional information on the trends in this particular one, we can do that as well. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, and Director Moore.
Just sorry to add to that. You may have already seen it, the briefing note that's part of the budget package. It tries to get to some of that extra information about grant opportunities, and it's but it is it's one of our more unique services, I guess. So fair points.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. Hang in there, Carrie. I'll try to I do have two questions, but one's pretty quick. The level 1 EOC activations are 19. And I know that we don't hear about many of those because we don't need to necessarily, but so what's the like with what just occurred over the last few days, is that, what level is that? Like 3? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the rest of them were similar to what you got called out on last night, I guess. So,
Sorry, and the warming centers and.
right, those would all be level 1. Now, I wasn't sure if this is better with the search and rescue item, but I think it's kind of more wrapped up into this, but into this service. But when we have a larger scale situation like we've had over the last few days, and we see just because they were very high profile, search and rescue was out there a lot, and probably if they looked at their activity, there would be bumps as well. But obviously these larger scale situations create a lot more work and strain on those resources. Like what do we do in those situations where we are involving other community organizations, or we're having to call on the whole community to, is there any allowance within the service to help resource some of those organizations, I guess is my question.
Thank you, Director Maury. Through the chair and the CAO, it's a good example this weekend of what you probably witnessed through watching the news. And I do want to just acknowledge that that stage of an event is purely tactical.
Sorry, I can't hear you very well.
Sorry, that stage of the event was purely tactical.
Mhm.
So very little involvement of the EOC. We do not direct what's happening in the field at that stage. So all of that activity is happening as a result of those mutual aid agreements and those partnerships with emergency services, RCMP, search and rescue,
Right.
which is really critical. And then where the information starts to flow upwards into the EOC and they require more support and coordination and resources, that's where we become more involved.
Right.
But rarely are we directing them. And so to your point about community services involvement of other community programs, we very much try to do that year round with our training opportunities and workshops where it's eligible to do so with our grant funding, simply because we know there's already people in crisis every day. And when you add a disaster on top of it, they get pushed down underneath the new people on top of that require more supports. So it's very important for us. And I think we prioritize that a lot to make sure that that's how we're doing our planning.
Right.
In consideration of all of those existing vulnerabilities, the hidden ones, and the more obvious ones as well. So we work cross-jurisdictionally, cross-departmentally. I think we're really, really, really pretty good at it. And so if you have more ideas on how to do that, let us know.
Great, thank you.
Just also add through the chair, you are correct in like your Service 265, that's where the decisions are made that support these organizations to train, respond, and work in that tactical area of supporting our community. So we are providing the support they ask for. You are supporting the job that they did this weekend. So I'm sure they appreciate that, and we appreciate what they do for our community as well.
All right, and just so we're 3:30. I know that 2 people have to leave in 15 minutes, so let's try and just be super efficient. Director McCollum, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just kind of tacking on to what Director Kerr mentioned, that it's just more challenging to see the trends in expenses and kind of what the real operational minimum is, given that, there's opportunities that come through for grants, and then there's huge variation in terms of just how much we have to resource this based on what's happening in the community. But looking at the budget taxation side of this for 2026 and 2027, it's an increase of 11% this year, roughly, and then an additional 15 for 2027. And I'm So essentially 26% over 2 budget cycles. So I'm just wondering if you could highlight what the drivers are for that kind of change in terms of expenses over that 2-year period.
Jump. One of the key drivers there is, as Lucy alluded to earlier, we are looking to build our reserve funds. And the rationale behind that is the service never had many reserves, and by building our reserves as these programs and grants potentially change, we'll either A, be able to decide to augment some of that taxation with reserves, or B, in a good place to use reserves in response or otherwise. So that's one of the main changes we've seen to this service, is paying more attention to our reserve balances. Lucy, do you have anything else to add?
Yes, just one thing that I wanted to add is as we look at slide 9, and I probably should have answered this a bit more comprehensively as Director Kerr answered. On this particular slide, we have taken it back to base budget. So where we see the increase dollars and percentages, you get a really clear idea from 2025 to 2026 what the drivers are. And in essence, you got about a $50,000 change that's here. We got increases in support services, the personnel costs that have been some small changes in personnel costs. We went from a temporary position to moving that to full-time. So there's no big change year over year. And from a materials and supply perspective, you've got the few items that Carrie has highlighted in their plan. So that's moving from 25 to 26 and the additional revenue that's needed from a taxation perspective. And as you go into 2027, and I was just trying to clarify that it totally in my mind between the slides that were here, and for sure any of my staff can jump in. There is an increase as you go to personnel costs as you go into 2027, but the driver of the change going into 2027 isn't completely evident to me. However, I am seeing materials and supplies increasing to $150,000. So is there something else comes to mind from our staff that? Yeah. And some in our, so from a salaries and wages perspective going into the next year, we have an additional 65,000 that's being dealt with there. And as I'm saying, I'm noting from materials and supply perspective, and we can bring you back something more in detail considering time.
Okay,
Those are the
yeah.
pieces if that
Thanks.
helps, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and was that the end of the slides for 270, or we have questions at this point? All right, well, and there's not seeing any further comments or questions. I know Carrie and Chief Green, you're both not here at the very beginning when we had a chance to just take a moment to appreciate how much everyone put into this over the course of the weekend. I think Carrie probably like our standout member of that team, and thank you so much. I'm gonna just request one more very brief round of applause. Thank you. But, at this point, please. All right, anyway, thanks so much, and I hope you get some much needed rest shortly. All right, and we keep moving.
Okay, just wanted to confirm resolution for service
Thank you.
278.
Yeah, there's a recommendation there. Thank you. Moved and 2 seconded. Is that Brown? More, okay, perfect. All right, and any questions? Anyone opposed? And that carries. And that looks like we're at the end of the meeting, but we're actually going to go back up.
Yes, and we're on service 200 if that.
To service 200 victim services. Right.
Thank you. And through the chair, we're on to victim services, service 200. Much of the service is largely delivered at arm's length. So I'll just go through these slides, but it's not an understatement of the importance of victim services and Crime Stoppers in our community. The Comox Valley Transition Society, up to 29, delivers alongside the RCMP. Oh, sorry, I should press in keep us going here. They provide practical and emotional support and victim rights, as well as the Crime Stoppers is really focusing this year on ads around camera frauds and retail theft to help our business districts and other areas. Expenses are fairly straightforward here. It's about 117,000 per year, and some past increases to one contract, and Crime Stoppers has really been around the 12,000 mark for many years, and they seem satisfied with that. So here you see their contract amounts. And here you see the taxation, which I just alluded to. And here you see not a lot of changes to tax requisition in the coming forecasted budget. And moving along, that kind of reflects the previous slide with some projections. And really, we're just asking that you continue to support these two activities in our valley.
That was quick. Okay, thank you very much. And there was a recommendation there. Any questions? People care to move the recommendation? Thank you very much. Moved and seconded. Anyone opposed? And that carries. And thank you. We move on next to community justice.
Yes. So the community justice service in our community continues to evolve and grow, largely through the Comox Valley Community Justice Center. And it's really about the restorative and justice principles and looking to support both peacemaking and conflict resolution here. We just recently signed a contract to 2029, so much of the numbers you'll see here continue to be steady. So here you see we have your grants to other organizations. Most of this is community justice. Moving through, slight increases year to year based on the contract amounts. And again, we're building a little bit of a reserve here, but nothing significant. Continue to support that service. And we're reaching our recommendation to support the Community Justice Center. And again, with all due respect, this organization does do a lot in our community, and this is just a financial plan that quickly goes through that.
No, I appreciate how quickly, but not to gloss over the value that provides the community. Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Doug. I believe Karen from the center is coming to the board with an update in the next couple of months, not to ask for anything, but simply to let us know about the good work that's going on. And I just want to acknowledge that the funding that is coming from this board, I think is being really well used with the service continuing to play an even more vital role in the community. A lot of events related to reconciliation coming up in March and April this year. And so thanks very much to staff for working with the center. And I'll also want to acknowledge Director Grieve, who's been a long time representative of this board, advocating for the continuation and improvement of the service. Thanks.
Thanks, to definitely pass that along.
All right, so there is a recommendation there. Someone cares to make? Thank you. Moved and seconded. Great. Anyone opposed? Carries. We're now into our last service for the day, which is 265 Comox Valley Search and Rescue.
So over the year, we've talked quite a bit about this service in various instances, and we continue to support Comox Valley Search and Rescue. And it's beyond just the ground search and rescue. It's many of the apparatus used to carry out these activities in the valley. Again, big milestone was here with the board's support of renovating the existing CV Ground Star Rescue Building and providing some permanence to their services in our community. They and all these groups continue a heavy reliance on volunteers and are there to do the tactical evacuations or tactical responses that we spoke a bit about earlier today. They really promote a culture of safety, and back to the idea of recreation, you can also find a sense of belonging within these groups. So here we have the building acquisition was completed with your support, 400,000 towards that purchase. And you'll see some variances here with the proposed budget, largely due to that purchase. And you also have continued support moving forward to up to 200,000 for that building to do future improvements. And here's all the other partners that we support, including a lot of the vehicles that serve this place regionally. So as such, decrease there. Proposed budget moving forward in 2028, you see that decrease down to 210,000 moving forward as your contributions to reserves are based on your board decisions over the last year or so are back down to normal rates. And here we are with our options and recommendations supporting this budget.
Right, any questions? And if not, then if anyone cares to move the recommendation. Okay. It's been moved. Okay, there we go. Excellent. And anyone opposed? And that carries, and obviously the value of this service being incredibly obvious today. There
Chair.
was.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
Yeah,
do I-
please go ahead, Lucy. Yeah.
Just to speed, I can't speak very quickly.
Yeah.
And we do have those two other items to follow up. We made the
Okay.
correction to 450. Lisa does have a PowerPoint that she can bring up as I speak. So we've rerun those figures with removing Comox and have the taxation adjusted out there. And she can pull it up here on the slide, and we will just ask that the committee give endorsement to this proposed budget as it's been the taxation's been adjusted, and we think that the recommendation, the way that it's scripted right now should be okay, if that's okay with the board. So there are the changes, and Kelly has revamped the dollars and spread that out across the remaining. If you want to have a little bit of a chance to look at that.
All right, and I'll go to it. The first question, Director Hardy, go ahead.
I was afraid this was going to happen, Chair. Because I think I like the previous presentation earlier where Area B was contributing 99,000, not 120,000.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big jump. Just
Well,
mental note.
Yeah, I mean, it's it had Comox been a participant, it would have been a different set of figures. It's funny, neither the Comox reps noticed. If we just left it where it was, that could have worked out quite well. But yeah, these are the revised figures, and I mean, as a representative of the City of Courtenay, I feel the same way. But this is what we have.
And yeah, thanks, Director Gree, for opening up Pandora's box, because instead of you paying 122,000, you jumped to 147. Exactly.
Yeah, money's got to come from somewhere. Director Kerr, and I should say I'm not implying that Comox does nothing. I was merely talking about what remains for the rest of us.
No offense taken, Chair. I do regret these new numbers and wish it was different personally. Thanks.
Okay, fair. Any questions on the new numbers? And thank you for regenerating and rebuilding the slide so quickly. I know there's a lot on the go today. Yes, and I'll go actually to Director Moran first, I guess, because she hasn't spoken.
Oh, I just wanted to say that although the slide was incorrect, I think we did talk about these numbers previously and that there would be an adjustment. And I did do some of my, my own per household calculations. And even with this corrected slide, it's still quite a low per household cost. It's not too out of line with what we've already discussed for months and months for this service. So thanks.
But the contrast does make it that little bit more challenging to accept. Director Hardy, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And just one more question. I don't know if Director Arbor's on line or not, or if he has any comments with regards to this significant bump, because he goes from 95 now to 157 for Area A. So I was just curious as to whether or not he had any concerns or not on that. Thanks.
He's not actually online, but I mean, I think it is fair to say that we all knew that there was an error in the earlier slide, but we've all known this is what we'd be looking at. This is the way this service is composed, and probably would have been less of a shock or less bracing if it had not been revealed that way. Okay. All right, moved and seconded. Any questions? Anyone opposed? And that carries. And just one last round of applause. Thank you to all the finance staff for all the time we put into it. Really appreciate those.
And Chair, we did update our slide on the other error, and thank you for your patience and understanding on finding issues out here, and please keep letting us know if you see something. So
It's a team
we've
effort.
updated the slide to reflect the proper totals in capital and have from a funding perspective, how it's funded is out in the detail in the budget report. So thanks for that.
All right, thanks very much. And we'll just at this point take a motion for adjournment. Seconded. Anyone opposed? No. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.